Hello? Hello? Is this thing on? Okay, good, good. Alright. Mano, me, oh my. Hello, hope you are having a wonderful day. I'm the Shy Doomer, and today we're going to be talking about some serious, brain-melting stuff. Some, like, existential crisis crap going on right now. I'm looking into the void, and the void is looking back, and I do not like the glare the void is giving me right now. Uh, yeah, so I hope you're having a beautiful day. Today, we're just going to cover a bunch of weird things here and there, and then possibly play some video games afterward if I feel like it, but I probably won't because this is pretty heavy stuff. I just want to first start off with saying the reason I haven't streamed for so long since my last stream that I planned on streaming like several times this week, but I just needed to like think it through, and there's so much going on every single day directly in the aftermath of what happened, and there was so much new information, and like uh even the FBI's information is contradictory and doesn't make any sense, and there's all this backlash from the right saying we need blood, this is civil war, we need to destroy all of our opposition because they are terrorists, or like trans people are to fault. Yeah, like there's just so much going on. My brain could not process it all within like a short time span, and I just needed to sit there and think about what's going on. And first off, I just want to lead with this. So they want to claim like the left are inherently violent and like trans people are inherently violent, but all statistics and evidence points otherwise. This is a graph. These are rightists perpetuated 100% of lethal U.S. political assassinations in the last 20 years. Like this year alone, 2 Democrats were murdered by a right-wing person, like a crazy Christian fundamentalist. And Ben Shapiro's house was caught on fire by a Trump supporter, like a Trump voter. So just this year alone, yeah, this is the Melissa Horton situation. This year alone, there's just been so much violence from the right, and like their rhetoric is inherently violent, and they're because it's oppressive. It's to take people's rights away. It's to distract while the most wealthy and powerful gain even more wealth and power. And everything I've been seeing from the right, especially with a Greg Gutflow field clip that I'm probably going to play in a second, is just 100% projection. Like, I thought us liberals were supposed to be like soy and like was scared of guns and not capable of defending ourselves because we're super weak, but we're too stupid to actually uh, be leaders in the country. So like our weak, feeble uh, soy milk mind needs to stay out of the way for these strong, strong patriots or whatever they called themselves. It's the whole like our enemies are extremely weak, but deadly and poison to the country kind of talk, you know? Let's see if I can find this Greg Gutfield clip real quick. Because this was like, mwah, all of the, everything just, everything is just in this clip alone. No, I want the whole clip. I don't want it cut out of context to show people getting owned or whatever. Here we go. Right? Just the whole thing? Yep. It's the whole shebang. Okay. Let me move this up here real quick so I can make sure the screen doesn't break. And let's go to screen over here. And then the internet. Okay. So on right-wing propagandist show owned by oil conglomerate and billionaire, they have this show in the morning, and it's like a bunch of people sitting at a table, and only one of them is on the left, and it's pretty much like because because Republicans can't actually defend their position when dealing with like equal grounds or professionals in this stuff, they have to tip the scale and utilize stupid people arguments to make their audience feel like they know what they're talking about. And the audience has been conditioned so much by these propagandists to not actually care about rationality or truth at this point. They just care about like owning the libs. So we get situations like this, and I think this is a perfect example of like everything in response to what happened to Charlie Kirk. This right here. Her response is very typical for what the left is doing right now. And then Gutfield, his response is right on key with everything that the right is doing right now, which is pretty scary. So here it is.
We don't need more information.
Really?
Yes, we don't need it. What is interesting here is why is only this happening on the left and not the right? That's all we need to know.
What about
There's absolutely no cognitive...
What about Melissa Hortman that we just talked about?
You want to talk about Melissa Hortman? Did you know her name before it happened? None of us did. None of us were spending every single day talking about Mrs. Hortman. I never heard of her until after she died.
When confronted with a person from the right killing a Democratic official and had a list of only Democrats to kill because he thought they were evil, they were supporting abortion, they like all of the right-wing talking points, you know, they were like trans positive, whatever it is, whatever like psychotic like Christian nationalism, alt-right, not even alt-right, it's just the right-wing at this point in America. All those positions are the reason why he made a list of people, because he thought these people were agents of the devil in a way, you know, like they're literally doing Satan's work, and his actions are righteous because he's trying to deal with like evil, you know. So even when this person is brought up, he's hand waving it. He's fucking hand waving it. And he's going to now flip it and say, because I knew about that. I posted about it. I've tweeted about it. And in my private platforms, I also brought it up because I'm kind of like, I was one of the first people in like my group of people on social medias with my private stuff to constantly be posting politics because I saw where everything was going. And I'm like, wake up, please pay attention. It's going to get important. And they mocked and ridiculed it. Like Republican lawmakers laughed at the fact that these people died because they don't see us as human beings, right? So So somehow a person kills Charlie Kirk, and now it's every lefty is at fault. It's all of our faults. We all need to have collective punishment. That's what the right is saying. So, and then when we bring up the fact that lawmaker died, Trump said there's not even a point to make a phone call, and he didn't lower any flag like he's done for Charlie Kirk. The insanity.
Horseman, did you know her name before it happened? None of us did. None of us
Who
were
cares?
spending every single day talking about Mrs. Hortman. I never heard of her until after she died.
She doesn't matter?
Don't play that bullshit with me. You know what I'm saying is there was no demonization, amplification about that woman before she died.
The left-wing hate, Democrats hate America. They want to mutilate your children. They are trying to replace us demographically for votes. Like the list goes on. Like they're going after the president because he broke the law. Like they're weaponizing the courts after Donald Trump. You know, like there's so many different things I could bring up right now that collectively all of the Democrats, every single one of them has been demonized by people like Greg Gutfeld and Charlie Kirk. Greg Gutfeld on this platform that he's talking right now, and Charlie Kirk on his platforms.
It was a specific crime against her by somebody who knew her.
No, he didn't know her. This is now he's so shameless that he's pushing the conspiracy theory that he was actually the shooter was actually on the left because he was part of a council within the government, which isn't even like it's the governors. No one really. It's just like a volunteer thing. You can just volunteer for it, and there's so few volunteers for positions like this. There's a high likely chance that you will get the position, and it's just like nothing work. It's just like secretary kind of work. It's volunteer work. It's not that big of a deal. No Democrat would have like been buddy with him. His best friend said he was a Republican. He's on video screaming about how in my country we don't even know what men and women are to like South Africans. Like
Now, you could bring up Josh Shapiro, but then you will not bring up, for example, that was a pro-Palestine person.
Pro-Palestine person, maybe. Most likely anti-Jewish person that voted for Donald Trump.
So don't use your, what about this? The fact of the matter is the both sides argument not only doesn't fly, we don't care. We don't care about your both sides argument. That shit is dead.
Yeah, because you don't care about truth and you don't care about reality. And I'll show you exactly why. This right here. They do not care about truth or reality or anything of that matter. Because time after time, studies are showing to the point where Trump's cabinet deleted all the studies that showed that right-wing violence was on the rise and is the most threatening terroristic event within, like, how am I supposed to, it's like, it's happened so much that it's like the #1 terrorist type of threat in the country at this point. They don't care about the truth. They just want to push their narrative and demonize their opposition. They're asking for civil war. They do not give a shit. And it's not even at both sides whenever I can bring up a graph like that. Multiple graphs. You want to see more graphs? I got so many graphs. I love graphs. I'm a slut for graphs. Where you at? Yikes. Here's some more graphs. Bam. This is the one that they deleted. At least one of them that they deleted. The extremist links deaths from 2013 to 2022. Left wing, pretty small. Domestic Islamic terrorism, kind of bigger. Right wing extremist, which I would categorize Islamic domestic Islamic extremist as the same as the right, because the only difference between these two groups, their beliefs on all the policies, all the social on the social policies are the same. They're not pro LGBTQ. They're not uh pro multiple religions, like they're the same. The only difference between the two is what religion they subscribe to. Like a like the MAGA movement's trying to make Christian Sharia law in the country right now. Here's another one. Yikes. Most terror attacks perpetuated by the right-wing ideologues between 1994 and 2020. 57% of all terrorist attacks and plots in the United States were perpetuated by right-wing extremists. Left-wing and religiously motivated terrorism was less common. Ethno-nationalist terrorism, violence, and support of ethnic nationalist goals, including separationism, made up 3% of all attacks. So all of this, once again, religious. Name me one person that's going to do like a terrorist attack based upon like their religion that's on the left. I can't see that being a thing, right? There might be like one or two. I don't know. Probably not, though. So all of this right here, once again, right-wing reasons. Domestic extremist-related killings in U.S. by perpetrator affiliated 2013 to 2022. Right-wing extremism are responsible for the great majority of extremist-related murders over the last decade. It's weird because they made like the colors different. Like you'd look at the graph and you're like, oh, look at that, it's the Democrat. But like they made blue the right wing. I don't know why they did that. Probably because like they weren't American. In other countries, the colors are switched because we had to party swap. But yeah, right wing 75%, left wing, including anarchists and black nationalists. Which I would say black nationalists. That's not a left wing position. That's you're the right, like, I don't know why they included black nationalism in left-wing extremism. So even Wade, with people that aren't a part of, like, left-wing extremism, because I will argue with a black nationalist till I'm red in the face. They make the same arguments white nationalists or white supremacists make, and they typically side and work with each other because they have the same end goal, right? Domestic Islamic terrorism, 20%, which once again, that's a right-wing ideology. It's not like the MAGA movement ideology, but it's still a conservative ideology. And then other is 1%. Like what I'm trying to say is, like, the more right you become, the more likelihood you will justify violence, and the more likely you will partake in violence when it comes to your political beliefs. Another one, Republicans more likely to condone violence. Sending threatening messages to political opponents. Remember how children's hospitals were given bomb threats after people like Matt Walsh and Libs of TikTok lied about the child hospital doing trans surgeries on minors? Remember how there was like bomb threats constantly to all these different gender clinics? I do. And that's just with the trans issue. There's been bomb threats in the Capitol buildings during the elections, and it was perpetuated by right-wing extremists. Also, like death threats. I get death threats all the time, and I'm a freaking nobody. I constantly get death threats like you'll never be a woman. You should just end it all. Your life has no meaning. yada 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 bullcrap, and I just giggled to myself. I'm like, I'm gonna go cuddle my girlfriend now. Violently restoring Trump to presidency. Look at that. January 6th happened. Harassing political opponents online. There are people that are harassed online just for be who they are from the right, like race-wise. So the difference here is like on the left, there might be harassment or hate brigades based upon what someone said or did or argued in favor of, but never of like, oh, it's an immutable characteristic. You can't just like change your skin color or who you're attracted to or your inherent self, your identity. You can't just change those things. But you can change your beliefs on like if a group of people are more superior or not, or what role women should play, or are LGBTQ people inherently nasty? Is race realism a thing that's real and like you should justify? These are all beliefs. They're not inherent to anybody. They had to be heard and then subscribed to. Violence if other party wins 2024. Yeah. They already did it in 2020. Why wouldn't they do it again? All of this just leading up to be like, there is a serious issue in this country right now when it comes to the right, and they're just blatant calls of violence towards marginalized communities and their political opponents. Like, here is an example. This is insane. I'm just going to let it play. And you hearing it, you'll understand why this is insane and this is really bad. I don't have to say anything. They just have to speak for me. If you're a rational, decent human being, you'll get it. If not, get the fuck out. I can't save you.
Of dollars to mental health and the homeless population. A lot of them don't want to take the programs. A lot of them don't want to get the help that is necessary. You can't give them a choice. Either you take the resources that we're going to give you, or you decide that you're going to be locked up in jail. That's the way it has to be now.
Or involuntary lethal injection or something. Just kill them.
Yeah, Brian, why?
They have.
We'll just hear that one more time.
Given. You can't give them a choice. Either you take the resources that we're going to give you, or you decide that you're going to be locked up in jail. That's the way it has to be now.
Or involuntary lethal injection or something. Just kill them.
Yeah, Brian, why?
They have.
If you're homeless, there's only two options for you. Either go to jail or take our help that doesn't actually exist and that our political party is not advocating for and actually has cut funding for. And this guy chimes in and he says, involuntary lethal injections. He says this.
Given billions of dollars to mental health help that is necessary, you can't give them a choice. Either you take the resources that we're going to give you, or you decide that you're going to be locked up in jail. That's the way it has to be now.
Or involuntary lethal injection. Or
Did you see? Pay attention to this guy's reaction. Yeah.
or something. Just kill them.
Yeah, Brian.
He just looks away. Like,
Involuntary lethal injection or something. Just kill them.
uh-oh. Is the paycheck worth it, dude? I hope so, because it's clear that you are someone with a conscience. Yeah, it just... There's a serious issue right now when it comes to the right. Ay. Just real quick, I have something else to show. So this is the response. This is the GOP's response when it comes to, like, the left-facing violence. Nightmare on Wall Street. Mike Lee. Someone within the GOP, like the Republican Party. Nightmare on Wall Street, making jokes about their opposition dying. The president's son got my Paul Pelosi Halloween costume ready because they made a lie that says the guy that tried to kill the right-wing nut job that tried to kill Paul Pelosi and ended up beating her husband with a hammer was actually the gay lover. These people are cruel. Like, their whole policy is about cruelty. Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk endorses audience to post bail for Paul Pelosi's attacker. Why is he still in jail? And you want us to give this guy like sympathy and be like, oh, he was a shining star of what an American should be, and my heart goes out to him, and we should all take a page from Charlie Kirk. Okay, I will maybe take a page from Charlie Kirk. If this is the kind of person he is, stop like, you're making a false existence of someone that, like, he was a piece of shit. Like, he wasn't that good of a guy, and you want us to pretend that he was like this great, wonderful human being. Like, he mocked someone being beaten over, kidnapped and beaten with a hammer. And then our glorious President Trump reposting a picture of his political opposition at the time. It's a tailgate, but it's like Biden's all tied up in the tailgate. Like, it just doesn't make it make sense. I thought liberals were supposed to be soy boy, lib cuck, weak, feeble, scared of guns. But now we're like this violent mob that needs to be dealt with. Like, make it fucking make sense. Here's another one I posted. It says, MAGA, this violence is because the left keeps calling us Nazis. Also MAGA. This is a memorial to Charlie Kirk. If you don't know what that is, these are all Nazis. If you try to claim they're not, you should watch the video. They are actually saying Nazi slogans, and like this right here alone is a Nazi symbol. That right there is a Nazi symbol. This right here, you can't see the whole thing, but it's a Nazi flag. Nazi, the Black Star. Did you think Hitler today? Making, talking about like J.D. Vance, quoting J.D. Vance. This is in Disney because Disney apparently is woke. Let my people go. Meaning like, oh, white people are oppressed. More Nazis. This happened before the election. No one covered it, though. There's a whole video of him screaming white power to other boats doing the Nazi salute. And this is the kind of place that Trump has created, because he would say things like both sides. He would, Proud Boys, stand back and stand by. He would refer to them and make them feel comfortable to come out in droves and be the way that they are. You have to be able to normalize this and pull the Overton window to a point where they feel comfortable enough to be in public and do this kind of crap. And then my favorite, here's another one. Those are just 3 examples. I have like there's a bajillion online, but you. Authoritarians don't care about the truth. The narrative's the only thing that matters. The truth equals woke equals 1984. And I kind of want to explain this. If you look at everything the Republican Party is saying about like the violence in the country, about trans people, about immigrants, all like everything, it is all to distract. It is all to make the working class divided and hateful towards each other, instead of all of us gaining class consciousness and working together to elect people that would enact policies that are actually beneficial to us. While our country is being bought and sold to the highest bidder, the Republican Party is making their base scared and hateful and put all the blame of the bought and sold and the outcomes of it being bought and sold on trans people, on black people, on immigrants, on Hispanic people, like everyone that's not a WASP. And now with the violence, they're trying to rewrite reality to the point that they're even deleting the truth on the government website. Here we go. DOJ deletes study alleging rise in far-right terrorism in the U.S.
Part of our tradition that we do not, in America, it's a very important part of our tradition that we do not, this is a conservative principle, and certainly an American principle, we do not censor and silence disfavored viewpoints. People in America are allowed to say crazy things. Now that said, if I'm an employer or I'm a government agency and I have someone in my employ who is online celebrating the heinous murder of an innocent person, a young husband and father, I can make the decision that they don't deserve to work for me. They shouldn't represent my company or my agency, and I have every right to do that, and I think that's appropriate.
That is literally the argument that people like me and others on the left were saying when they were crying about cancel culture, facing the consequences of saying the N-word to children, being doing harassment campaigns or death threats online to like political opposition. Like he's literally justifying the same position I held when it came to cancel culture. Like, if you're a fucking Nazi and you're, like, posting that shit online, and your company that you work for, and the company that you work for finds out, they have every right to terminate terminate your employment. But that's not what that's not what's happening with the right. People have been arrested over this. And there's, like, where is it at? And they're advocating for mass arrests. And they're justifying things like this.
This guy's gonna get fucked so bad.
A leftist asshole rolled through Charlie Kirk vigil on scooter in front of the Idaho State Capitol yelling, "Fuck Charlie Kirk." He promptly got his ass beat. The people have had enough. So I would never advocate for physical violence in response to this kind of rhetoric like this. If someone was like doing let's say whenever that let's say like Joe Biden dies, or like someone on the left like I don't know, Hassan Piker dies, and there's like a group of lefties out there and they're mourning Hassan Piker, and some right-wing guy rolls through and he's like, "Hey, fuck Hassan Piker. He's a terrorist. Fuck him." And then they all start beating his ass. I wouldn't be in support for that. Now, if he came up and he was like, "Hail Trump, the white man's power. He deserved to die. Fuck that." Like he's like doing Nazi shit. Maybe a little different. But if he just says fuck Hassan Piker and that's it, fuck Charlie Kirk, and they're all super happy about the
This guy's gonna get
violence.
fucked. Some guy.
And yet the left are the ones that are inherently violent. That person had the right to speak. So did Charlie Kirk. I fucking love these people. I love them in the way that they're like, yeah, he did. And if he got assaulted for saying fuck blank person, I would also criticize it. But you're cheerleading it on, right? I really don't believe Charlie wanted this to happen. He was a man of God. We need to improve our actions. Okay. Charlie Kirk debated anyone with respect and open dialogue. Look where that got him. Taking the higher route is what gets us killed. So this person's like actively advocating for violence. And they're not even a real person. That's an AI image. That's a fucking AI. Who runs this account? That's crazy. That is wild. And people are just like falling for it. That's crazy. Oh, the funniest thing was they started trans investigating the shooter. It's insane. These people are psychotic. They have trans derangement syndrome. Anytime anything happens, the first thing that pops in their mind is like probably because you can tell that they warped it too. Like, look how warped this image is to make them look. They like used the warping tool to give them birthing hips. But not only that, it gets even better. It gets so much better. They started trans investigating Charlie Kirk. These people are insane. Trans derangement syndrome. It's not a surprise to anyone that, like, if you look at there's maps that show like what people goon to and what areas. The most people that goon to trans porn are in right-wing states, right? Oh man, my mind. This is the reason my mind, like, I had to take a break because there's just so much going on. There's just so much going on. The male skull on this like works better, right? Like, look, it actually like fits pretty well. This one does not. Like, the eye sockets aren't correct. It's too high. The nose is too high. Like, the jaw, no. Like, no, my bad. Like, I don't know. They're freaking transvest. Charles James Kirk, October 14th, 1993, September 10th, 2025. Bio female European skull fit and female cans. Dude, these people have no respect for their own, like, the people on their own side. Like, it's just psychotic. These people are psychotic. It's just so funny. They also made lies. Like, these two people, they tried to say that was the shooter before we knew who the shooter was. These people are not the shooter at all. They were just being doxxed. They went as far as to Photoshop a mask on his face for this stupid argument. The left wants you to believe this dude is the Republican. What Republican do you know that takes professional photos with a damn mask to make a political statement? It's like, Lamau Community Notes is stupid. These photos are literally taken from his mother's Facebook. And here's the original actual one. These are, if if they're professional photos, if these are professional photos, then why is the mom taking them? Like, that's not a professional photo. Like, you have to wear a mask at school if you want to go to school. I don't know. And real quick, let me just, I showed in the last stream I did that Trump was super distraught. For Trump lost his boy. It was like a child to him. Which honestly, with this response, I believe, you know? Where are we at? Is it gone? Is it gone? Did I? See, I had it like so many things because there's so much stuff that was going on all at once. Mind you, they say nothing about the shooting that happened at the elementary school. They've said absolutely nothing about that too. But Trump made that announcement saying like, "Oh, Charlie Kirk was like a child to me. Like, he's beloved. We all love him. Yada yada yada. I can't believe he's gone." Oh, here's a perfect example. Because it's the thing that I was looking for.
For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today.
Mind you, this was released the day of, before we even knew who the killer was. They were already ready and set in stone to push this narrative because they don't care about truth. They care about their narrative for the movement. They don't care about solving things. They just care about continuing the lie.
And it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year,
by a Republican,
which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive.
ICE agents that are breaking the law because they do not have the authority to make these arrests, because they do not have warrants, and they're not even getting due process, and you're throwing people in concentration camps.
In the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others.
We'll not talk about the Democrat that just died this year.
Radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives.
So that's yeah. That's how he started out, right? That's what he said. The next day, I kid you not, the next freaking day, this is him. I just got to find it because there's so many. This is him. the next day. He's having a blast, that YMCA. Why does he jerk ghosts off when he dances? Like, what is he? What is this? This is like old people home. Like, here's your applesauce, grandpa. You know, what the fuck is he doing? But yeah, the next day, that's him. He's also questioned about it. I'm not sure if I can find this one, but he was questioned about the shoot. Wait. Oh yeah.
And we're going to look
Multiple
into that.
times. Multiple times he was asked about the shooting and like his thoughts on the situation. And this is like his NPC response. It's insane.
And we're going to look into that.
What do we do about our country with that? Because we have radicals on the right as well. We have radicals on the left. People are watching all of these videos and cheering. Some people are cheering that Charlie was killed. How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime.
They're radical because they don't want to see crime. Okay. I don't really care. That's his response.
Sometimes they're radical because they don't want to see crime. And we're going to look into that.
I wish this clip was a little bit bigger. Is there a bigger clip? Because he goes into like a psychotic rant about his pet project, the ballroom. I wonder why the country is super dealing with a lot of violence. I'm really curious of why that might be the case, to be honest. I don't know. Who could have radicalized the people on the right to normalize violence? Who could have done it? Who is to blame? Who?
Boom. Firing squad. No, it's true.
Boom, gone.
Bang.
Bing, bong. When we were strong, bing, and it goes quickly, right? It's called, you're dead.
You know, in the old days.
Ay. Oh, no.
And it was actually...
This is Trump, whenever 9/11 happened, talking about his building that he owns, because now it's the biggest.
Did you have any damage, or did you know what's happened down there?
Well, it was an amazing phone call I made. 40 Wall Street actually was the second tallest building in downtown Manhattan, and it was actually, before the World Trade Center, was the tallest. And then when they built the World Trade Center, it became known as the second tallest, and now it's the tallest. And I just spoke to my people, and they said it's the most unbelievable site.
Did you have any damage, or did you know?
9/11 happens. My building is the tallest now. It's the biggest in New York. It's the biggest in New York. It's the biggest. It's the best. Who could be normal? Who is doing this? Who is normalizing violence? This is Republicans wearing AR. I don't know the name of guns. I'm not a gun nerd. AR-15. I don't know. Rifles. I don't know. Assault rifles. I know that's a stupid term. I'm not dumb enough to know that. Not know that that's a stupid term. Assault rifle is like. Well, what is even that? But yeah, these are Republicans wearing wearing gun pins because, you know, they get their money, they get donations from the gun lobby in America. And when it comes to children, it's thoughts and prayers. When one of their own dies, it's, oh, time for civil war. Crazy. I'm just trying to figure out here. We're just trying to figure out who is normalizing the violence in this country. Who's the violent group? Who's the unhinged violent group in this country? Can we figure that one out? Can we? I'm still questioning it. We still have more information to go through, I think.
Oh, get off your cross. We need the wood. You guys never cared. We all see you gleefully laughing and making merch about alligator Alcatraz while you wanted to throw immigrants and their children and women into those alligator-infested waters. Even talked about having a fucking pay-per-view for it. You guys wanted to put razor wire in the Rio Grande and then throw women and children into that. You target the LGBTQ community while your MAGA Christian nationalists call for the open execution of said communities. We see the dehumanizing laws and we see the atrocities that you commit on children every day in your churches and in your homes and in your government, as you all voted for it. You voted for this. You wanted a fascist Christian nationalist nation. So, and where in history has Christianity ever been good? Give me a year between 390 AD and today, 2025, where Christianity hasn't forced itself onto some part of the world through violent, imperialistic means. Enjoy your 30 pieces of silver for being a Judas to humanity. But you can at least do us a favor and buy a clue. And besides, Charlie didn't want any empathy. Can't you respect his wishes?
Based. Who is the violent people in this? I can't. We're still looking. We're still trying to find out. We're still trying to find out. This takes some lore. I have been sent this photo about 100 different times. It's a nice photo, right? It's a nice view over the bridge. It's a dog whistle for KYS towards trans people. There was a trans girl that, because she lived in a world where she was demonized, where her family did not accept her, and no one saw her for who she was and was there for her, decided to end her life. This was the last photo she took before she jumped. And they make memes about it constantly. I've been sent this photo so many times. Should I just, I think I should, yeah, let me show you one of my last notifications I got. One of my last notifications I got. Where's that? Did they delete it? Or was it take it down because of the content? Or was their account destroyed because of what they were sending? Or am I just blind? I might be just blind. Before I show you the last thing that I was sent, one of my last notifications that I was sent, there's also this situation. You can't demonize a group of people. You can't vilify them. You can't call them perverts. You can't call them sex pests. You can't call them sexual offenders without there being some backlash. You can't dehumanize a group of people without people thinking that they're not worthy of human dignity. She was just trying to live her life. And two of her classmates that were propagandized online to think of her as not a human being but something else, decided to take her life. Now, when I got this, I was kind of confused. And then I actually watched it. And then it made more sense. Where is it at? Did they delete it? I think they might have backed off and deleted it. No friggin' way. That's actually really, really weird. I posted this, and someone commented on it, a video of a Wojak watching Shrek, and then proceeding to go into a different room. It's like the Nothing Ever Happens Wojak, or like the nerd, this like with the glasses. And they proceed to go into a room, and they open up the room, and it's the ugly, fat, balding, facial hair trans Wojak swinging, and them smiling and dancing to it. And this is what I said. MAGA is looking for any reason to exterminate people like me. This person right here, what the heck? This person, Joey Manarino, is constantly posting things like this, which is extermination rhetoric. If the person who killed Charlie Kirk was a transgender, there can be no mercy for that species any longer. We already tolerated far too much from those creatures. I don't think I need to explain how that is dehumanizing and extermination kind of rhetoric, right? I don't think I need to explain that. There's also this one. Health and Human Services must immediately get involved and violate the HIPAA laws to forward every transgender and transgender questioning person to local law enforcement for immediate detainment until we can figure out why they keep killing children in schools. This is a matter of national security. They must be locked away and studied. Anyone enabling their transitions should immediately be immediately expelled from the medical profession. This needs to be handled by the federal government with no mercy. There needs to be treated as we treat terror organizations. And my response is, this will always be the end result of anti-trans propaganda, their final solution. right? So if we look at all the shootings in America, what we find is there's 5 trans people in the last 30 some years. I'm pretty sure is the number. Maybe even 20, like 5 in the last 20 years. Charlie Kirk was literally having this discussion right before he got shot. Because he was the one that would also push for a transphobic propaganda. So from 2018 to 2023, 2,826 compared to 3. Now there's 5. 2 other people that identify as trans committed violence. But still, the number does not add up. If you take the amount of shootings, this isn't even 1%. Not even 1% of the shootings are by trans people. And that's per capita even too. Let me see. This is the kind of post that you'll see over and over and over and over and over again saying that trans people are violent. This person didn't shoot anybody. This person didn't shoot anybody. This person didn't shoot anybody. This person wasn't trans. This person was not trans. This person was not trans. This is a somewhat famous person in the trans community. She like boxes. She's a boxer. And she's just posting up like every other Republican does with their guns and their little fit, and they get triggered by it because it's a person that they deem unworthy of life, unworthy of equality, unworthy of having the same view as them, being seen as equals to them. This person is the newest shooter. The white nationalist psycho that was in their own writing saying, I wish I never vaped. I wish I never transitioned. The long hair is the last part of the lie. Because, like, people online convinced them that they were mentally ill. Instead of finding a group of people that were going to, like, actually be there and support this person, instead of that, they got a alt-right community that blamed minority groups for all their issues and convinced this person that they were mentally ill. These people pretend they're persecuted. This guy's in a lawsuit because he physically assaulted a trans girl, hit her, and he's acting like he's being persecuted. Like he's the victim in all of this. I like this version better anyway. He's so psychotic and so ontologically evil and like such a piece of shit that like the only thing that matters to this dude is like being transphobic, that his wife fucking left him, you know? There's another thing that I want to show real quick about trans stuff. I have an announcement to make. It's true. The allegations are true. I was biologically engineered with the sole purpose of executing Order 666. It's true. And if you don't understand what I'm talking about, you will, because obviously the right is full of men with reason, and they need to be heard. Their high IQ takes need to be heard. So here's another high IQ take from someone on the right. Take it.
What do you think about saying that transgenders can't buy guns?
Yeah, I think that that's ridiculous, right?
Why?
Because the Second Amendment protects people's individual right to own guns. Right?
Yeah, but what if they're a biochemical engineered ticking time bomb to kill Christian children?
If they are that?
Shit. Who spilled the beans? Which one of you little shark-loving goobers spilled the beans on us? Which one of you did it? There is no way they would have figured this out unless one of y'all spilled the beans on this. There's no way.
Right to own guns. Right?
Yeah, but what if they're a biochemical engineered ticking time bomb to kill Christian children?
That is how much we have been dehumanized in this country. We are at sci-fi levels of villain at this point. We are at like the point of, in their mind, we are no more than a zombie that needs to get double tapped. A biochemically engineered ticking time bomb to kill Christian children after one shooting. Two at Christian. Yeah, two. One of them doing it because they were a part of the alt-right, nothing to do with them being trans. You know, there's Blair White. Ideology, belief, like conservatism isn't inherently a thing that trans people are allergic to. They can also be stupid and be a pick-me and like advocate for the downfall of themselves. Usually in the gains to get money, or just because cognitive dissonance or something. I don't know. The motive wasn't because they were trans. The motive was because they were a fucking Nazi. For the newest one. The one prior was due to abuse and vengeance that they faced in that school. The trans man that shot the Christian school, in their manifesto, they write about how they were treated there, how the people there like ruined their lives, how he hated them and he wanted vengeance upon them. The newest one wrote about how the Jews ran the world and the white people were being replaced, and he was brainwashed and sissified to not have children and continue the white race and all this other crazy shit. But because we are the other, because we are seen as not human beings, but as the label that, as the descriptor of trans and that alone, and that descriptor of trans has been written into this horrible, inherently bad, evil thing, that's all we are to them. We're something to step over, to get rid of, a nuisance within society, a poison within society even. Kind of like what the Nazi trans person was saying. The difference between this guy and that Nazi trans shooter was the Nazi trans shooter believed the lie and thought that they were brainwashed. And this guy thinks the same thing, but from the outside. Oh, he wasn't brainwashed, but he sees all the brainwashed people. It's insane. This is crazy. And this is how the right wing talks about people based upon their inherent, immutable characteristics, right?
And we are going.
This is how they talk now. Once again, we're going back. Who is the inherently violent one? I already showed the graphs on all of this, but who's the inherently violent one?
Going to do that under President Trump's leadership. I don't care how. It could be a RICO charge, a conspiracy charge, conspiracy against the United States, insurrection, but we are going to do what it takes to dismantle the organizations and the entities that are fomenting riots, that are doxing, that are trying to inspire terrorism, and that are committing acts of wanton violence. It has to stop. And my message is to all of the domestic...
He's literally admitting that he's putting the cart before the horse. He doesn't care. He just wants the charge to go through without there being an actual investigation. He doesn't care how it's possible. He just wants this charge to go through and his opposition to be removed.
Terrorists in this country spreading this evil hate. You want us to live in fear? We will not live in fear, but you will live in exile. Because the power of law enforcement under President Trump's leadership will be used to find you, will be used to take away your money, take away your power, and if you've broken the law, to take away your freedom.
Look at the empty ass eyes he has. He doesn't even believe in what he's saying right now. He's just hamming it up. And this is like inherently violent rhetoric. Like I don't understand how you can't see this is just inherently violent rhetoric. And this is Stephen Miller talking about dangerous rhetoric while doing dangerous rhetoric. You won't see this kind of stuff from a Democrat, I can tell you that. You wanna see the craziest thing I've seen a Democrat say in all of this? Oh, it's brutal. Actually, no. Stephen Miller and all of the Republicans are absolutely right. The most hot take I have seen from any Democrat. This is actually really damning. I think they might actually have a point. Please. I think they might actually have a point, guys. This oh no. Oh no.
Please. Right. Why don't you start with the President of the United States? Right? And every ugly meme he has posted and every ugly word. Oh, please. Right. Why don't you start with the President of the United States? Right? And every ugly meme he has posted and every ugly word.
Do you hear the violence? Do you feel it? Do you feel the violence? I feel it. It's so there. It's so there. Oh my gosh. There's no way that this is... Oof. Oh no. That's some scary... Like... Saying he says mean things, the President of the United States, saying the President of the United States has posted mean things. Oh no. Please find me a Democrat that has said more than that. Please. I am searching. I wish they would. I wish they freaking would, but no. The most insane thing about all of this when it comes to like trans people being blamed, coming back to Charlie Kirk with the trans, tying that all up together to end that. the craziest thing about it is the alleged. First, they try to say the shooter was trans. And then some fringe crazies online said Charlie Kirk was trans. I showed that earlier. That's besides the point. But they try to say the shooter was obviously trans. They were hoping for it. They were wishing for it. They were like, please, 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 please. It was very much this image right here. It was very much this image. I think I might have to go back here. And then back there. It was very much this image. Officials say the man behind Charlie Kirk's assassination was a minority. Another Caucasian Republican. Oh. But at this point, it's not even like they're pointing a gun to their head. They're just lying about it and pushing it anyway. Which I get. This meme is kind of a falsehood in a way because, like, we don't know their political leanings. He's not cooperating with the shooter. I mean, the FBI at all. The shooter isn't cooperating. But he was raised in a Christian Republican MAGA family, and they don't even have like any left-leaning friends. The grandma even said. So, and they're like gun sexual. They were like posting online like all these gun photos, and they had a huge collection of guns, right? So there's at least that. He lived in an environment of like a right-wing environment. And they first tried to lie and say the shooter was trans before we knew who the shooter was. And now it's questionable still, but they're trying to say, oh, the partner, their roommate was actually their lover, and their lover was trans, which we don't really know if that's the case either. It's very disputable. Like, we don't know. 100% yes or no. There's like a couple of TikToks with them wearing like furry stuff, which would make sense because the ooh no just bulge, that's like a furry meme, right? So they might just be gay, they might just be best friends, they might be furries, they might be bisexual, who knows? They might, I don't know. We don't know. It's not official yet. There's no like decent source giving this information out kind of deal. But what they're trying to do is blame the fact that this kid, take the onus away from the kid and give it to anyone else. It was because he went to college. It's because he went to college. That's the reason. It's because he went to college when he went to a online tech school for a year and then dropped out. Like, he did online classes for a year. He never even went. And the college that he went to is like very right-leaning. Like the college he finger quote went to because he was online classes. It's the college. Indoctrination. Education is evil. Education is bad. Be stupid. Be stupid. Subscribe to Idiocracy like we want you to. They're doing that. And they're also blaming the partner. And saying that, oh, it's because of the trans partner. And it's because of degeneracy. And the crazy thing is if this person is trans, this is the person that sent all the information to the FBI that got this kid caught. They have been nothing but cooperative with the FBI. And they still want to demonize because it's not about truth. It's not about reality. It's about the narrative. It's about the lie. The distraction. Just like when it came to the Holocaust, it wasn't about the truth or anything like that. It was about action for action's sake, glory for the nation. We shall make a glorious nation, a glorious ethno-Christian nationalist nation will rise from the ashes of what we've burnt down and destroyed, and by gutting and getting rid of all of the unwanteds. That is where we are at with this group of people. That is literally where we're at when it comes to Republicans. And if you can't see that at this point, I don't know what to do. I just really don't know what to do. Either you're a collaborator and you think it's good and you like it, or you're just lost in the weeds and you're not paying attention, or you're lying to yourself. This is the last thing I will show when it comes to all of this. These are a bunch of people on the left talking about this. What happened to Charlie Kirk? We don't yet know. This is Barack Obama. We don't yet know what motivated a person who shot and killed Charlie Kirk, but this kind of despicable violence has no place in our democracy. Michelle and I will be praying for Charlie's family tonight, especially his wife, Erica, and their 2 young children. Joe Biden, there is no place in our country for this kind of violence. It must end now. Jill and I are praying for Charlie Kirk's family and loved ones. Mehdi Hassan, horrific news out of Utah. I hope Kirk and everyone else affected are okay. Political violence and gun violence is never acceptable, excusable, or justifiable. Shank Uger, what happened to Charlie Kirk is one of the worst things that has happened in American politics. My heart goes out to his family. Fuck whoever did this. Not only is it deeply tragic by itself, but we are now all in danger. Violence is always wrong, and it's an intellectual surrender. I don't agree with that, but yeah. Bernie Sanders, political violence has no place in this country. We must condemn this horrifying attack. My thoughts are with Charlie Kirk and his family. Zoran Mandami. I'm horrified by the shooting of Charlie Kirk at the college event in Utah. Political violence has no place in our country. Gavin Newsom. The attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. In the United States of America, we must reject political violence in every form. David Hogg. Horrifying news that Charlie Kirk has been shot. Gun violence and political violence have to fucking stop. Charlie and his family and all the students who had to witness the shooting are in my thoughts. We have disagreements, but we all agree something has to change. I never can pronounce this name. Representative Primula Japal. I'm so sorry. Political violence should have no place in. I'm fucked up because like I don't know how to pronounce that name at all. Political violence should have no place in this country, and it is never acceptable. I fully condemn this. Brian Tyler Cohen. The Charlie Kirk shooting is beyond horrific, legitimately disgusting at broken state of this country. Legitimately disgusted at the broken state of this country. I just got distracted. I think my partner is playing Toontown, and I did not know that still existed. There's Toontown rewritten? Holy moly. David Packman, sorry about that. David Packman. Charlie Kirk was apparently shot in the neck. Charlie Kirk was apparently shot in the neck at an event in Utah today. All of this time, his student, blah, blah, blah. His status and whether he is alive or dead is unknown. Absolutely terrifying, disgusting stuff. Crystal Ball. Seeing many reports that at Charlie Kirk has been shot. Absolutely horrible and chilling. I hope he will recover. Brian K. Charlie Kirk is 31. This is never the answer. I disagreed with almost everything he stood for, but he was a human who cared. Praying for his wife and 1-year-old child. The talk of violence needs to be toned down. Hutch. Horrifying. This cannot keep happening. So that's the left. As you can see, there's like the common thing going on with the left. What's the right going on about? Libs of TikTok. This is war. Joey Manarino. The Democrat Party must be classified as a domestic terror organization and their members, leaders treated accordingly. Enough is enough. Brian Eastwood. Charlie Kirk is getting shot in the... Shot is the shot heard around the country. I'm ready for civil war. You want to fight, and you're going to get it. Offlid Rando. I don't want the National Guard sent to... I want the National Guard to sent to Democrat cities anymore. I want the Air Force sent. Sam Davis, when Democrats lose elections, they couldn't steal. They murder the people they were unable to defeat. Trump, Ron Flipikowski, that's really small. Trump issues a statement after Kirk's death, blaming the rhetoric of the radical left. Gunther Eagleman. They've declared war. Eastern Asia. There's no going back after this. There's no more words to be said. The only way this ends is the complete annihilation of the Democratic Party. Matt Fornery. Charlie Kirk being assassinated is the American Reichstag fire. It is time for the complete crackdown on the left. Every Democratic politician must be arrested and the party banned under the RICO. Every libtard communicator must be shut down. Stochastic terrorism, they've caused this. Patrick Casey. It's time to bring the hammer down on the left. Nikki Manu. Fox host Jesse Waters, they are at war with us, whether we want to accept it or not. They are at war with us, and what are we going to do about it? Elon Musk, the left is the party of murder. Sean Davis, the Democratic Party is a domestic terrorist organization whose most fanatics will not hesitate to murder their political oppositions. This was not a one-off event. Christopher F. Rufo. The last time the radical left orchestrated a wave of violence and terror, J. Edgar Hoover shut it down within a few years. It's time within the confines of the law to infiltrate, disrupt, arrest, and incarcerate all of those who are responsible for this chaos. Gerard Memes? Okay. Charlie Kirk has been shot. Enough is enough. Democrats need to be labeled a terrorist organization. Lauren Loomer. It's time. Lauren Loomer, best friends with Trump. It's time for the Trump administration to shut down, defund, and prosecute every single leftist organization. If Charlie Kirk dies from his injuries, his life cannot be in vain. We must shut down these lunatic leftists once and for all. The left is a national security threat. Elon Musk, and if they won't leave us in peace, then our choice is fight or die, which is an actual Nazi quote. I'm pretty sure it's a Goebbels quote. I can't remember which Nazi said it, but yes, it is an actual Nazi quote. But this is the point. This is the point. This was before we even knew who the killer was. They were all ready to politicize, and I mean politicize in the way that to profit off of his death. They already wanted this. They already want civil war. They already want to arrest their opposition. Republican ideology, the conservative ideology in America thrives off of hate, discrimination, violence. MAGA is a prime example of extreme cruelty and brutality. Their entire movement is built on grievance politics and the oppression of minorities, I should say. They don't really have any beliefs other than I'm going to uphold the position that is opposite to what like the other is saying. The response their targets give after facing cruelty gives them a high, even. They triggered the libs. Once again, study after study after study after study shows that this is not a left-wing issue, because 90+% of political violence is from right-wingers in this country. Study after study after study, to the point where they had to delete the evidence. This is Newsweek. Here's The Guardian. U.S. Justice Department removed study finding far-right extremists commit far more violence. Because it doesn't go with their narrative. The only thing that matters is narrative. Action for action's sake, to fulfill the narrative. I'm really tired of all that. Let's talk about something, let's talk about something better, like cover a video. That sounds like fun, right? Let's cover a video. Once this video is over, then this stream will probably be over because I've been streaming for a minute now at this point. Wait, what is the... Okay, this was recommended to me. I'm just gonna save this for later because I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna click on a video that I don't know anything of, but that's here. Go to here. Go to stream vids. Where's the Cambridge? I'm looking for the Cambridge debate with Charlie Kirk because I think that's a pretty good example of like why this guy wasn't actually an intellectual titan, and he would cut out of context clips.
Strong men built the West and won the wars and built the building that we're in right now.
Oh my. All right. That's one hell of an intro. Damn, Charlie.
Now, and without strong men built the West and won the wars and built the building that we're in right now, and without strong men, then you all of a sudden see civilization unfold upon itself, and we're seeing that happen in real time.
So this is the... Dude, that shadow is crazy. That looks like a cartoon villain. That shadow is insane. Okay. So, he's doing the strong men make good times make weak men make hard times make strong men argument. These people that use this, like the argument, mostly on the right, they are the weak-minded men. Their idea of what a strong man even is weak and pathetic. What do you think of when you hear strong? I think of like emotionally mature, understanding, empathetic, questionative, logical, someone that wants to know the truth, argue for the truth, and find solutions to problems. This guy right here is the weak-minded individual that is creating the hard times. Fascism has always been hard times, even for the in-group. The working class under fascism, it's not going to look pretty for you. Even if you're white, Christian, heterosexual male, it's not going to be good for you. You can't solve economic issues by putting undesirable people into camps or kicking them out of the country. That does not make your life better. You actually have to implement. Any asshole can burn down a barn, but it takes someone that's like knowledgeable to build a barn. It actually takes work and effort. I could walk up with a match and burn down a barn real easy, but it takes a lot of effort, time, and knowledge to actually build something. And what we're seeing with the Republican Party is that they're just burning down the barn because they're stupid. And, well, not necessarily stupid. It's beneficial for them. And their donor class. All right. So this whole, like, weak men make hard times. Yeah. These people are the weak people that have made the hard times. They don't believe in anything other than power. They don't believe in anything, or they refuse to take in new knowledge and accept the new knowledge because it's against the narrative that would help them gain more power. These are the weak men that make the hard times because things are only getting harder. It wasn't this hard when I was a child. It wasn't like the best. It wasn't perfect, but it sure as hell wasn't as bad as it is now, right? I love how we started off with that. Let's do
Charlie Kirk is the founder and president of Turning Point USA, a prominent conservative youth organization with a presence of over 2,000 high school and college campuses across the United States. He served as the chairman of Students for Trump, which focused on mobilizing young voters during the 2020 presidential election.
I don't need all this. I just want to see two conversations. Oh, here we go. Where is the debate that I am looking for? I think this is the first one. Nope. Oh, is this like a second round?
So when that happens, do you want Nigel Farage, that occurred in our country, and that subsequent after we saw the police retreat, because they say we're not welcome here, we're going to be called things that's not true, and we saw crime rates skyrocket. In fact, the murder rate in America post-Floyd went to record levels we hadn't seen since the 1990s.
That is a lie. It's not because the police backed away, it's because of income issues and the pandemic. Once the pandemic was, it's still going on, but once the lockdowns were done and the economics started getting better, it leveled out, and now we are in like the lowest point since the 90s.
Which thankfully we brought down over the last 20 to 30 years. I don't know how you guys view police here in the UK. Police are constantly under attack in America. They're very much maligned. They're very much criticized and scrutinized. Generally, I think police are trying to do the right thing. They're there to help you. They're there to support you. And when there is violence or crime, you want to have a police officer around. And
Police don't prevent crime. Police catch criminals. There are policies you can pass that would decrease crime, because crime is more of a make people's material conditions good enough that there won't be that much crime. There won't be a need for crime in most situations. You have to make it so people don't want to commit crime, right? So like the police the police alone do not prevent crime.
is a direct correlation in the states.
You need a policy. The reason people on the right like this defend the police is because they are stooges for the owning class, and the police's main job at this point in time is defend the property of the owning class. They're a state gang that are not on our side. They are class traitors. When they do their job and trying to figure out who stole the car or who robbed the bank or who did a murder, that's fine. But that's not what the police is doing the majority of the time. They're harassing and being an ass. They are above the law, and there's no consequences. It should be seen as a privilege to be a police officer, and you should have a higher... Like, if you have had the privilege to become a police officer and be granted this position, and you abuse that power, or if you abuse that power, then you should have higher consequences because of you abusing a privilege. But no, they are above the law, and they face no consequences when they abuse their power.
The amount of police officers in a densely populated area equals to the level of violent crime. More police officers equals less violent crime.
Thank you. And then my last question before I throw it to the audience is...
Oh, they must have changed. This is like not the right one, I don't think. They must have changed his second visit because the first visit was so detrimental to him. this the girl with the no? That's crazy. This is not the video that I thought it was. I screwed up. I wasted time.
On both sides of the Atlantic, the right continues to mourn the loss.
This is because I can't find it. I looked for the Cambridge and I didn't pop up. This is Charlie Kirk's wife's response.
Of a major figure. Charlie Kirk brought hard right ideas to a new generation, and now his widow pledged his movement would be galvanized by his death.
If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country.
Charlie Kirk founded Turning Point, a right-wing movement.
Good evening. My name is Erica Kirk. Charlie Kirk is my husband. I first want to thank the local, state, and federal law enforcement who worked tirelessly to capture my husband's assassin so that he can be brought to justice. I want to thank the first responders who struggled heroically to save Charles's life, and the police who acted bravely to make sure that there were no other victims on that terrible afternoon. I want to thank the officers who have protected our Turning Point USA family these past 2 days. And I want to thank the Turning Point USA board, the COO, Justin Strife, and my husband's chief of staff, the amazing Mikey McCoy, for all their work in these terrible days to be the stability for our family and for the wider Turning Point USA family as well. My heart is with every one of my husband's employees who lost a friend and a mentor. I want to thank the staffers of his amazing Charlie Kirk show, who helped him broadcast from the studio, this chair. Every day he loved it. He loved what he did.
I know I have, I'm going 1.5 speed, but like, I don't know about you, but when I watched this, I was questioning if she ever actually fucking loved him. Cause this is like so theatrical. Like, if my partner had this response, and this is this response, I would be questioning, like, did she ever even love me? Like, what the fuck? Like, listen to this.
Employees who lost a friend and a mentor. I want to thank the staffers of his amazing Charlie Kirk show, who helped him broadcast from this studio, this chair. Every day he loved it. He loved what he did.
Like, obviously, like, they probably had feelings for each other, you know? Like, they were married and whatnot. Doesn't mean, like, it was, like, a perfect good marriage, right? But there's mourning, there's shock, and then there's, like, trying to portray what you think people want you to act like whenever you're mourning. And I'm feeling a little bit of this, you know. It's a stupid point. It's off topic. It's weird. But like I can't shake it. I just fucking can't shake that, you know? It's
I want to thank the millions of people who have shown their love for Charlie here in Phoenix, across America, and worldwide. I want to thank my husband's dear friend, Vice President Vance, and his phenomenal wife, Usha, for their love and support. You guys honored my husband so well bringing him home. You both are tremendous. I want to thank President Trump and his incredible family for the same. Mr. President, My husband loved you. And he knew that you loved him too. He did.
Sorry. I just need technical difficulties real quick. All right.
Your Mr. President, my husband loved you. And he knew that you loved him too. He did. Your friendship was amazing. You supported him so well, as did he for you. 2 days ago, my husband, Charlie, went to see the...
Just real quick. Ah, what the fudge? Why? The bit. I ruined the bit. Here we go. The day after. He's really Morgan. He's really mourning here. He says, "My condolences for your loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. How are you holding up?"
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks. They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House.
I think. How are you holding up? I think very good. And look over there. We're doing the construction of the ballroom of the White House.
My husband loved you. And he knew that you loved him too. He did. Your friendship was amazing. You supported him so well, as did he for you.
I don't know if this is just like, this is like unsettling, because there's a point in time where I'm like, okay, no, she actually is upset. And she probably is upset, right? Like, there probably is upsetness, but this is also like, I just can't shake the freaking sociopath kind of lying feeling. Like, it's hard to shake. It's
2
really
days
hard to
ago,
shake.
my husband, Charlie, went to see the face of his Savior and his God. Charlie always said that when he was gone, he wanted to be remembered for his courage and for his faith. And one of the final conversations that he had on this earth, my husband witnessed for his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Now and for all eternity, he will stand at his Savior's side, wearing the glorious crown of a martyr. Charlie loved life.
The glorious crown of a martyr. Like, it's things like that that are making me like question what kind of relationship these two had. Because even she's profiting off of it, and you'll see that in a second. It's just the glorious crown of a martyr. I don't know. It's just unsettling.
Loved his life. He loved America. He loved nature, which helped him always bring him closer to God. He loved the Chicago Cubs. And my goodness, did he love the Oregon Ducks. Want me to say go Ducks, so I have to since they play on Saturday. So go Ducks. But most of all, Charlie loved his children. And he loved me with all of his heart. And I knew that. Every day I knew that. He made sure I knew that every day. Every day he would ask me, how can I serve you better? How can I be a better husband? How can I be a better father? Every day. Every day. He was such a good man. He still is a good man. He was the perfect father. He was the perfect husband. Charlie always believed that God's design for marriage and the family was absolutely amazing, and it is. It is, and it was the greatest joy of his life. And over, he would tell all these young people to come and find their future spouse, become wives and husbands and parents.
Yeah, when 14-year-olds ask, what should I do with my life? What career should, because I want to do a career, what should I do? He would tell them, you shouldn't have a career. You should just become a wife. To a 14-year-old. Yep. That's so true. She's not lying.
Reason why is because he wanted you all to experience what he had and still has. He wanted everyone to bring heaven into this earth through love and joy that comes from raising a family. It's beautiful.
It might be beautiful for you, but not for everyone, and he wanted to force people to be like him. I think my life is beautiful. There's someone that I love dearly that loves me back. We aren't married. We don't have any kids, but my life is beautiful in my way. If you're watching, you can probably think your life is beautiful in your own way too, even if it doesn't fit this small box. He was a hateful, bigoted individual that tried to force people to be like him because he thought his way was the only correct way, which I don't see that being the case. If you find joy and love in being a Christian, being in a like Christian traditional, finger quote, traditional family, that's fine. Go for it. You have the freedom to do that. If that's what makes you and the other person actually happy, go for it. I'm not trying to outlaw that. I actually want to do policies where people can actualize better and easier, and they're not constantly worried about like medical debt or being homeless. Most of their time being taken up by an employer and not being able to enjoy life. But that's not the kind of person Charlie was.
Charlie always said that if he ever ran for office, I know a lot of you asked if he ever was going to, but privately he told me if he ever did run for office that his top priority would be to revive the American family. That was his priority.
White, Christian, heterosexual family. That's what the American family is to these people. It's the dog whistle. There's many forms of family within America. But to these people, those are bastardization, like other people's love and form of family because it doesn't fit their narrative or their mold that they think is the only correct way. Doesn't count, and it's something to demonize.
One of Charlie's favorite Bible verses was Ephesians 5, verse 25. Husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her. My husband laid down his life for me, for our nation, for our children. He showed the ultimate and true covenantal love.
My favorite verse is, if you sleep with an unmarried woman and wait 3 nights, you can purchase her for 50 coins. Consensually or not. So you can assault someone, give their father some money, and now they're your wife. What a wonderful verse.
I will never, ever have the words to describe the loss that I feel in my heart. I honestly have no idea what any of this means. I know that God does, but I don't. But Charlie, baby, I know you do too. I know you do. So does our Lord. And our world is filled with evil. But our God, you guys, our God is so good. He's so incredibly good. And we know that for those who love God, all things work together for good, for those who are called according to his purpose. Already I have seen the worldwide outpouring of love for my husband. I've heard the testimonies from people my husband inspired to get married, to start families, to seek out a relationship with God. It's the most important one of all. The evildoers responsible for my husband's assassination have no idea what they have done. They killed Charlie because he preached a message of patriotism, faith, and of God's merciful love. They should all know this. If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country and this world. You have no idea. You have no idea the fire that you have ignited within this wife. The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry. To everyone listening tonight across America, the movement my husband built will not die. It won't. I refuse to let that happen. It will not die. All of us will refuse to let that happen. No one will ever forget my husband's name, and I will make sure of it.
I just really don't. I would, if my partner died, I'd be pretty angry too. But to blame what to her would be the out group would not, like, my out group is someone that's not trans, asexual, atheist, lefty, in a lesbo relationship, right? That'd be my out group. But I don't blame everyone outside of that group, and I don't think my way is the only way and the best way. If man seduces a virgin who is not betrothed and lies with her, he shall give the bride price for her and make her his wife. Exodus 22:16. See, it's not really about, with her, it's not really about, like, what I'm hearing from all of the right, it's not about justice, it's about vengeance. And it's not even about legitimate vengeance, it's about fulfilling the narrative and eliminating opposition. Because to blame everyone that you deem as the enemy for the death of Charlie Kirk, that's just a narrative to justify an outcome that you already wanted. It's the cart before the horse. You already wanted your opposition to be eliminated, and now you found this to justify that outcome. People outside of your psychotic death cult can see right through it. But that doesn't matter as long as the psychotic death cult has the excuse for themselves, right? There's not a single policy or single thing that these people advocate for anymore that is a benefit to humanity. They might believe it's a benefit to white Christians, to traditional family values, or whatever dog whistle they want to say that. But like that, time and time again, has shown not to be a benefit to humanity.
It will become stronger, bolder, louder, and greater than ever. My husband's mission will not end, not even for a moment. And one of Charlie's greatest talents was his ability this phenomenal ability to choose great people to follow him. He could always find the ones who could handle any setback. And it's almost like he knew. He could see it in you. Even when you couldn't see it in yourself, he just knew. He knew you could handle it. You thought you only had 5% left, and he knew you had 15. He knew you were ready to go that extra mile even when you didn't. He always challenged people around him to work harder and to be better. He never gave up. And I love knowing that one of his mottos was never surrender. So I want to tell you that we'll never surrender. We never will. Ever. Ever. Our campus tour this fall will continue. There will be even more tours in the years to come.
I had a loss in my family recently. And I had many conversations with the person before they passed away. And that person repeatedly explained to me how they felt about certain things and how they felt trapped because of those things. That's as much as I'll get into it because I still respect them enough to keep what they said to me confidential. But being in a room after they were gone, one of the very few people that saw me for who I was within my family opened their door to me and unapologetically was a stand for me. I didn't care that I didn't care that half the people in that room during their service saw me as like a mentally ill freak, as a degenerate, as a pervert. None of that fucking mattered at that time. The only thing that mattered to me was how many people how many hearts she touched and how hurt the people within her life was. It didn't matter. Nothing else mattered in that moment. And I was one of the few that could speak. Like, not could speak, but one of the few people that spoke during the service. And I left it short and simple, even though there were people in that room that I blamed in my heart of hearts for what happened. And there are certain people that should have done better by my family member. I didn't care about any of that enough to speak in public. What I cared about is the hurt faces and how this horrible situation could be turned into a opportunity that could bring us together. How it could be a learned lesson for all of us to not be afraid to open up, ask for help. Not be afraid to let others know how you are truly feeling. Because a lot of the other people in that room were surprised. And I was shocked and I was surprised that this happened. But not as shocked and surprised as them, because I made sure to be the kind of person that they could come to have conversations with. And they did come and have conversations with me about a lot of these things that were bothering them. In my little speech that I gave, pretty much what she's doing here, I said that. I said that she was loved by everyone in the room. loved more than she ever could. No. But I wish she knew, or was able to know how much she was loved. How much she meant to everyone in her life. How she was a force of good and positivity to everyone. She never dragged others down. She only lifted them up. And how we can't take for granted people like that within our lives, and we have to let them know how much we appreciate them. And that it's okay to rely on faith to get through the feelings. But there was a bunch of people in that room feeling the same thing. And it's okay to lean on each other. This hyper individualistic, oh, I'll do it myself, doesn't work. We are a social creature. We need a form of community. My purpose in that speech was to explain how much I missed her and how I did not take her for granted, and how without her my life would still be really garbage. And to make sure the people in the room understood that or at least be inspired by that kind of life to maybe do it themselves and be open enough to communicate with each other and see each other as like people, because every family has their issues, right? So me having that kind of speech where I literally barely could finish it, I broke down crying and I could barely get the whole thing out. Me having that experience and like seeing this is why I'm just questioning the connection between these two people, like the romance or the love that was there. Because to me it didn't matter, not like my I think conditional love in the sense of like, oh, I'll love you if you're like this or if you meet my expectations. Like, obviously, there has to be some sort of expectation that you need to meet. Like, not being a complete asshole or whatnot. But to have the conditions of like, oh, you need to believe what I believe. You need to support the things that I support. You need to dress the way I think you, like those kind of expectations. You need to be the weight that I believe you should be. Like, none of that mattered. I loved her for the person she was. And unconditionally. Right? And I think that's a lesson the right needs to learn, because all of my family judges like the majority of the right wingers in my family judges not based upon action, not based upon merit, but by like what someone is, even in their interpersonal relationships, right? It just going through this, not even 2 years ago, and now seeing it from the outside, like this just doesn't feel right, you know? It just doesn't, I'm getting sus vibes. I'm getting like it's like a villain speech almost. Now that you've us down, now that you've striked Charlie down, he'll become more powerful than you can ever imagine, kind of shit. It's very performative. And I don't think Like, she even said he's a martyr at this point, and she's using the martyrdom to push a narrative, to do this villainesque speech, which comes off as very fake and profiting off of your husband's death, which is not settling well with me at all.
America Fest here in Phoenix this December will go on. It will be greater than ever. The radio and podcast show that he was so proud of will go on. And in a world filled with chaos, doubt, and uncertainty, my husband's voice will remain, and it will ring out louder and more clearly than ever, and his wisdom will endure. My favorite too, but my husband's favorite word in the English language was earn. He would call all of you to be people of action who earn the future America deserves. So to all of the young people who felt inspired by my husband's faith and hard work, all of you already know what Charlie would want you to do. You know. You know. If you're in high school or if you're in college, go find your local Turning Point USA chapter. Join it. Stay involved. He wants you to make a difference. And you can. You can. The movement's not going anywhere, and it will only grow stronger when you join it. If there isn't a chapter, can't find one, then start one. There is no excuse. You can start one. And as my husband used to say in this room every single day, if you want to get involved, the best way you can do that is going to tpusa.com. That's what he would say every day from this chair. Every single day. I watched his show every day, and he would always say, if you want to get involved, go to tpusa.com. If you're a pastor, join our movement at TPUSA Faith. And if you're a parent, I highly recommend that you come to America Fest in December. Sign up right now for that because we would love to see you. I would love to
Like I said earlier, profiting off of his death is really fucking gross.
see you. Charlie would. He'll be.
This is literally an ad. This is an ad for TPUSA.
Be there. He'll be there in spirit. Bring your kids, bring your family. But most important of all, if you aren't a member of a church, I beg you to join one. A Bible-believing church. Our battle is not simply a political one. Above all, it is spiritual.
And now it's an ad for the church.
It is spiritual. The spiritual warfare is palpable. Charlie loved his Savior with all of his heart, and he wanted
Who are they at war with? Inherently violent language. Right? Like, even with, like, this is why I'm like, how much do you love, like, how does your love for power and money supersede, like, not being a grifting piece of shit? But your husband was a grifting piece of shit, so following in his footsteps, I guess.
every one of you to know him too. He wanted everyone to know that if they confess the Lord Jesus Christ who rose from the dead, then they will be saved. Hear me when I say this, nobody is ever too young to know the gospel. Nobody. Nobody is ever too young to get involved with saving this beautiful country, this country my husband loved and still loves. And nobody is ever too old either. There's no age limit. I know my husband is still here. He's watching over us. I don't remember the last time I slept. I couldn't sleep last night. And Charlie, baby. Charlie, I promise I will never let your legacy die, baby. I won't. I promise I'll make Turning Point USA the biggest thing that this nation has ever seen. I promise. Charlie, I love you. I love you, baby. Rest in the arms of our Lord as he blankets you with the words I know your heart always strived to hear. Well done, my good and faithful servant. When I got home last night, Gigi, our daughter, just ran into my arms. And I talked to her and she said, Mommy, I missed you. I said, I missed you too, baby. She goes, where's Daddy? What do you tell a 3-year-old? She's 3. I said, baby.
What you tell her is not what she's about to say, I can tell you that.
He loves you so much. Don't you worry. He's on a work trip with Jesus, so he can afford your blueberry budget. And my goodness, am I so humbled to witness, Charlie, you alongside Jesus right now.
If a 3-year-old asked me, if my 3-year-old asked me where their other parent was, I can tell you for a fact I would not say whatever that was. She could have just said, even though it's like indoctrination and whatnot, she could have just said, your dad is with Jesus now, and he's not coming back. You know? I don't get the blueberry thing. I don't get the work trip. But that kind of gives you an idea of what kind of relationship they had. It seems very business oriented. Not only has she done an ad for TPUSA, his company, but also for the church.
Charlie, you alongside Jesus right now, doing what you always want to do, baby. Making heaven crowded, right? That's what it's all about. Making heaven crowded. I can't wait to see you again one day. Thank you all again who love my husband, who supported him, who wrote him an email every single day during his radio show. He read all of them. All of them. God bless you all. And may God bless America.
I think what I just highlighted, points out what I've been trying to say the most. It's about a narrative. It's about profiting off of someone's death when it comes to the right, more than it is actually about justice and like actually solving the gun violence in this country. Because there was a school shooting at an elementary school the same day, and not a single Republican has said a fuck all thing about it. They're too busy weaponizing this death to justify destroying their opposition and going to civil war. They're too busy trying to figure out how they can make money off of it. I know this is just one streamer, and I know I've made 2 streams about this, but this is kind of like my therapy, my diary, in a way that, so I don't like annoy the shit out of people in my life. I get it all out on here, on my thoughts, even though they're like all over the place. I try to organize them as much as possible, but I'll probably talk about the violent rhetoric in the future, but like I don't make any money off of this whatsoever. What do you think might be justified? I feel like they might be justified. Like them wanting to eliminate their opposition completely and utterly, by any means necessary. So you think that MAGA might be justified in trying to completely and utterly remove their opposition by any means necessary, even though we don't, even though, like, even though, scrolling down, even though, well, both sides want to completely and totally annihilate one another. Yeah, but I don't want to annihilate conservatism with force. I want people to be educated to the point where they don't fall for the trap, and they actually they don't fall for the trap of like a distraction, the scapegoat of minority groups, you know. I want them to have some class consciousness and subscribe to policies based upon like what's beneficial to the working class, and not like put all Republicans in jail or all MAGA into jail. But yeah, like, you can make justifications for literally anything, right? I feel like both sides view each other as yeah, if you look at the FBI statistics on even, this was before BLM right here, boom. If you look at the BLM finger quote riots, which you calling that is you trying to sneak in that it's inherently violent. If you looked at any study about the BLM, you'd find that most of the protests were peaceful, and the ones that were became violent. Here, the ones that that did become violent was antagonized by the police, and then also, for example, this. This both sides stuff has to end. Boogaloo Boy charged in fire of Minneapolis police precinct during George Floyd protest. So, the Minneapolis police did an investigation and found a Boogaloo Boy and a couple other ones incited a riot in bad faith during the BLM protest, and they themselves charged them. Ivan Harrison Hunter, a Texan right-wing extremist, bragged about helping to set fire when the then was seen shooting 13 rounds in the building. Right? So a lot of this violence that you wanna talk about, because I was in Tampa, and the riot that started because the police started shooting the shit out of us. If there was a riot from BLM, that doesn't mean everyone participating in that riot was necessarily left wing. You could have been right wing in those protests. A lot of black conservatives joined those protests. I talked to them. This isn't black and white. The fact that you think like, oh, anyone that's Antifa must be left wing is a admission to your belief system being inherently fascist. If you think BLM is inherently a left-wing thing, that means your belief system is inherently anti-black movements, right? Like that's a you problem here. BLM and Floyd protests were largely peaceful, data confirms. The CCC breaks down violence into 4 categories: number of arrests, number of participant injuries, number of political injuries, and property damage. The group also tracks published estimates of crowd size. Also, you have to understand, like, what the fuck are you fighting for? Do you think violence is never justified? Did you think killing Hitler was a bad thing? Do you think killing a dictator is a bad thing? Do you think violently defending yourself is a bad thing? If someone starts punching the shit out of you and then you punch back, which is a violent form of defense at that point, you are enacting violence on someone that is enacting violence on you. Is that a bad thing? Is this all violence is inherently bad? Is that what you're doing? Because either you're a libtard at that point, or you're a bad faith chud that says when we commit violence, it's okay, but when other people commit violence, it's bad. The reason I think the right-wing movements that committed violence, like January 6th is a bad thing, isn't because there was violence. It's because of what the goal of that movement was. What is the goal? What the fuck are you fighting for? Do I think people that burnt stuff down during BLM should face criminal consequences? Hell the fuck yeah. Do I care as much about it as January 6ers? No, I don't, because the movement itself was for something more positive. Police reform. White people also face shitty situations because of police. Everyone in this country has to face police here and there, and there needs to be some sort of police reform. It's just that BLM, the black community, is the biggest target, and they have been since slaver times, because the police force back then were people rounding up slaves that were runaways and bringing them back, or just killing them. Right? So, like, what the fuck are you fighting for? That is my question. So, caring about police reform and having some consequences for, like, abuse of power and killing people, being like the judge, jury, and executioner as a police officer, that's inherently left. You want to hand that position to the left? You want to give the left that position? Oh, having any form of consequences and, like, having someone face legal action as a police officer for overstepping their power and abusing their power, you want to hand that position to the left? Are you that fucking hateful and that fucking deranged that you want to hand that position to the left? That's what you're saying right now? Because that's what the movement was. That's why I marched. That's where all the people at the protests that I went to, and most of the protests around the fucking country we're talking about, wasn't just about Black Lives Mattering. It was about, hey, you know that issue that black people face disproportionately compared to other groups of people when it comes to like police violence. Well, you know, everyone really does have to face police violence. So how about we fix it for like everyone and like try to do some sort of police reform and make sure there's like other services in the community that if there isn't a violent crime act happening, that there's other services provided by the state that will come. Like if there's a wellness check, a person with a gun doesn't just show up. Cause like if you're suicidal, all you have to do is be violent towards the police officer and then you're fucking dead. You just want that to happen? You just want people, you just want like blood, death, and gore everywhere because I guess that's they deserve it, right? That they chose that, right? Let's not like actually think about the outcomes or like think about solutions. Let's just like allow this be like a death hellscape because nothing fucking matters, and seeing people be miserable and harmed makes me feel better because at least I'm not those fucking people, right? Is that where you're at? I'm just curious. I'm just fucking curious, dude. Because you want to give the left police reform. I would think like making sure that we come up with a sensible solution to our issues would be like something we should all agree on and like all like try to work together. You said 1, I am a fascist. Okay. 2, BLM, the organization is explicitly left-wing. The organization is separate from those protests. The organization did not have to do with every single one of those protests. They were called the George Floyd protests. And people were using BLM as a chant because it's an easy slogan, because a black man was killed by the state. Like black men disproportionately killed by the state. But you rather goon to your fucking racial cuckoldry porn and blame black people for not being able to get in a relationship or whatever the fuck is wrong with your mind because you're miserable. You have to make everyone else miserable and subscribe to an inherently violent and death cultish like thing without actually caring about solutions. How do we help people? By hurting people. Correct. We help people by hurting the people that I am not alike, that aren't a part of my in-group. Yeah, these are like FBI studies. These are like governmental studies. Like these are... The dude in the comments would like cheer on my death as a trans person. They would be like, oh yeah, another tranny dead. Thank God. Another degenerate down. But like we're supposed to believe like me, like actually showing some like empathy and remorse over the right wing. Being like I want their lives to be better by policy that would make it so they can actualize. I don't want to dictate their lives. I just want their lives to be more free so they can dictate themselves. Like it's psychotic. Yeah, we're definitely the same, dude. Are these one of the chuds that I met at the Discord that want to debate me? Because you should DM at that point to debate. There's another thing that I wanted to cover. But... oh, it's only 9:30. Fuck it. Fuck it. We'll do it live. We'll do it right now.
Why are suicide rates going up more?
Is this it? I finally found it. Yes, finally. Yeah, and the state of things, having someone like being like, I am a fascist in my chat, that's really showing you the state of things. Like all you fucking like neocon sheeple idiots that were like, what do you mean they're fascists? What do you mean we're like fascists? Like you're being led like sheep down to the end goal, and you're gonna have to make the choice soon of like, do I support the camps, which they're already open, which a lot of you already are. It's called Alligator Alcatraz. Do I support the camps? Or do I realize I've been duped this entire time and none of this is actually going to make my lives better? Because currently, the state of things in America are getting much, much fucking worse. So, it's your choice. Are you going to goose step your way into oblivion, or are you going to wake the fuck up? Your choice.
And thank you for joining us tonight. Our speaker tonight is...
We are not watching the whole thing. I just... my autistic ass, like, matched the speed that they were talking. No. We're not gonna cover the whole thing. I just want to see a handful of different debates. Debated. Where's the debate that I'm looking for? Kind of hard. There we go.
And it has led to the women of the West being the most... And then it became unstable. And then things... Why? In the States is in some ages to get married and have children again. I think it would solve a lot of our...
Okay.
Our next question is from Tilly Middlehurst at Fitzwilliam College.
Maybe just a little too fast. Maybe not the quality. The quality's fine. Maybe just a little too fast. There we go.
So I'm a feminist. My question is about the role of women, though. What should women's role in public and private life look like, and what are the material benefits of that?
Well,
remember this question. I'm going to be a pause Andy because you have to at these kind of situations, because it looks like she's trying to do a psychic attack. Which she will, like, she's priming her psychic attack that, she's priming it up. It's gonna come, it's coming soon. You have to, because this person is here for a good faith conversation. Charlie Kirk is here for clippable moments because he runs, He runs an online platform and he posts shorts, so he's just gonna say some idiotic, stupid gotcha stuff, and you'll see that. So because she in the moment is incapable of like laying it all out. I'm gonna be a pause Andy real quick. So we got a feminist versus a Christian nationalist, Charlie Kirk, and already starting off with a good question to understand where each side lays their where are you at, you know? Like, this is a good question where each side is.
Of women, though, what should women's role in public and private life look like, and what are the material benefits of that?
Well, thank you for that. Can I take it? I don't even want to take this detour, but can we both...
Okay. Already starting off bad. I don't want to do this, but...
benefits of that.
Well, thank you for that. Can I take it? I don't even want to take this detour, but can we both agree on what a woman is?
Yeah.
See? Here for stupid gotchas. I don't want to take this detour, but I'm going to do it anyway. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. He primes saying this, being like, oh, I don't even want to have to do it, but it's out of my hands. I can't do it. I'm not going to answer your question. I'm going to pivot to trans issues for a stupid gotcha. Which now you're having to talk about biological and social, linguistics even. It's a whole different conversation, way separate from the question itself. And if you try to connect the line of like, oh, but they asked a question about woman, so we have to know what woman, you don't need to, colloquially, we all understand, even if you are a transphobe, what you think a woman is, and you can have the conversation based upon that. So now she has to give a definition of what a woman is, because Charlie Kirk isn't here. He even gives like a shit-eating smirk when he says it. Like,
about the role of women, though, what should women's role in public and private life look like, and what are the material benefits of that?
Well, thank you for that. Can I take it? I don't really want to take this detour, but can we both agree on what a woman is?
Yes.
Look at that. He knows what he's doing. He's like, yes, I'm going to get a clippable moment.
An adult human female, it's a
What is a woman? If you don't know what a woman is at this point in time, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. I think the right is confused.
Can I take it? I don't really want to take this detour, but can we both agree on what a woman is?
Yes. An adult human female, it's a biological state of being that is also socially experienced. Can I please elucidate just one example of that social experience?
Yeah, I was going to answer your question, but sure, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So let's say you're a member of a tribe, and that in that tribe, you have the biological female anatomy, and in order to become a woman in that tribe, you have to also get a tattoo. That's a social experience that's mapped onto biological reality.
So can a woman have a prostate?
Can a woman have a prostate? Biologically speaking, a woman is an adult human female that has a biological reality, but it's also social experience, right? So I don't...
Yeah, it's super easy. Like, can a woman have a prostate?
So as...
Yes. I don't know why he's thinking about prostates. Really weird. Once again, we're going for gotchas, not actually good faith conversation, meeting her where her question was. Completely goalposting away, running away from the conversation to try to get dumb fuck gotchas and bring up prostates, but it's kind of, I don't know, degenerate, kind of weird. Why are you talking about prostates? What the fuck?
Per my definition of woman, I would say that people who have a prostate are biologically male, but they can sometimes be socially treated as women.
Hey, yep.
Okay, got it. So women can have prostates. Got it. Okay. So you're a feminist that actually isn't just fighting for women, you're also fighting for men.
Now, his dumb fuck ignorant audience won't know this, but feminism doesn't advocate, and she's about to go into this too, but feminism, just showing that he doesn't even know what we're fucking talking about at all at this point, pivoting away from what she asked, and then trying to do this other, like, dumb fuck gotcha after dumb fuck gotcha after dumb fuck gotcha, because he's looking for clippable moments. He's not here to actually have a good faith conversation with the opposition. He gets his money based upon making posts and of him owning the libs. That's it. That's what his profit margins are based on. Not about having good faith conversation. So this whole argument was like, oh, he's a father and all he ever wanted was good conversation and he reached out to the other side. Yeah, he made millions of dollars by being a bad faith piece of shit to the opposition. And like making a mockery of what like debate is supposed to be, right? So like this dumb fuck right here doesn't even know what feminism is, because feminism doesn't just advocate for women's rights. Feminism understands the patriarchy also negatively affects men. She has her own example. I'm going to give my example real quick. Under the patriarchy, men are supposed to be the breadwinners. Men are supposed to be the economic givers. You have put people in a box of what they are supposed to be and what they need to be successful or seen as a legitimate person within this category, which will lead to negative outcomes. I think men can be soft. I think men can be the person at the home. I think men can be feminine. I don't put men in a box, but the patriarchy does. Your worth is based upon how much you make, if you are with a partner, and if you have children. and a house and are successful, you're put in a box. If you don't fit that role, that doesn't feel good to your mental state. And people are conditioned to believe that's the case, that they have to meet these goals. So, under feminism also knows that patriarchy negatively affects men too. And she's going to give an example of why this is also the case. But yes, we as feminists also advocate for men's rights.
So, yes, men also experience harms from patriarchy, but I argue...
He's laughing because he thinks he has a gotcha, but it just shows his ignorance.
Can have prostates, got it. Okay, so you're a feminist that actually isn't just fighting for women, you're also fighting for men.
So, yes, men also experience harms from patriarchy, but I argue...
We're talking about the same feminism, though, just make sure. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So, men also experience harm from patriarchal domination, but I would argue that those harms come from that system of domination itself. In the same way, for example, this isn't a threat, but if I reached across and punched you in the face, then my hand might hurt, right? So, are we understanding that there are, patterns of power? So, I would also fight for the rights of men as a feminist, just as I would fight for the rights of women.
Sure. You think women are happier than they were 40 years ago?
So, he made a claim at the beginning. She asked a question. And he's done all he can to not answer that question and is doing gotcha after gotcha after gotcha. It doesn't matter if women were happier 40 years ago or not. That's the Izot problem. In this case, was ought, I guess. Women were happier when they had less rights and they were forced to be housewives. Therefore, they ought to be forced as housewives. That's what he's trying to argue right now. But she does a good job of obliterating it. Once again, I'm just pointing out the fallacious, bad faith arguments that mostly not even bad faith, are just gotchas, just buzz clippy gotchas that he'll clip out of context to make it seem like he obliterated the left, and his audience can masturbate to how the leftists got fucking owned. Triggered lefty or whatever the shit.
I think I would have a few responses to that. I think that women report more stress and dissatisfaction today because, not because they have more rights or because of feminism, but because they're under dual pressure to both excel professionally and also because of the domestic labor in homes that is structured around outdated expectations. So, for example, studies like the OECD's Better Life Index show that women's life expectancy, education levels, professional achievements have risen in countries with higher gender inequality. So I would argue that what you're calling unhappiness is actually visibility, because now we hear women expressing dissatisfaction, whereas in the 50s, we prescribed them Valium and we lobotomized.
Yeah. That's
That was a very nuanced answer to the question. She's coming in good faith, answering every question. He, in bad faith, pivot away from her question, and she, in return, has answered and given a nuanced answer to all of the questions, and he's just moved the topic all over the place in response.
That's really rich. I didn't know women not to complain 50 years ago. That's funny.
And now another soundbite gotcha. That was a very nuanced answer. The question wasn't about women not complaining. I mean, the answer wasn't about women not complaining back then. The thing is, they don't get lobotomized or institutionalized if they do complain now. They're not seen as just oh, you're just being uppity and all that. You need to calm down. Isn't the response. They're actually having not enough studies done still, but they are actually being heard, and this topic is being more studied nowadays.
No, hold on a second. Why are suicide rates going up more for women?
I think that
Forget
encourages.
complaining. Materially, women are killing themselves more. Why is that?
I think that even if both men and women have become unhappier, men's suicide rates have risen as well, and that's also been exponential. Can you at least concede that feminism offers only one potential explanation? There could be also other explanations.
Of course, obviously, but feminism is the glaring thing in front of us, where we have fertility rates down, we have marriage rates down, we have unhappiness up, and we did something in the 1960s out of the universities of Betty Friedan and Gloria Steinem and all these feminists that basically said, you're trapped in a home, go get a job, freeze your eggs, take birth control, and all of a sudden women are way unhappier than they were 40 years ago.
The purchasing power of someone in the 60s was if you made $60 an hour. People are economically crippled right now. They don't have the time, the energy, or the money to afford this white picket fence Charlie Kirk is advocating for. And he actively advocates against policies that would make it so people are economically better. Well, he did before he got shot. He did advocate for policies, advocate against policies that are solutions to these economic problems because they were socialism. So he wants you to be in economic destitution while he and his millionaire, billionaire friends live it up. And your default, you need to pick yourself up by your bootstraps, even though they rig the system actively against you. See, instead of actually advocating for solutions, it just scapegoat after scapegoat. Oh, it's the feminists' fault that you're single. Oh, it's this other group's fault. It's not us like actively making it economically unviable to have this white picket life in America anymore. It's these other people's faults. And the solution is actually evil because buzzword.
And I just have to ask the question, why is that? Is it working? And maybe there are biological differences between men and women that we should respect, and that deep down a lot of women want to get married and have children. In fact, we should applaud it, and we should support it, and we should say it means nothing if you're going to go be a CEO of some shoe company or be some banker in London. What matters if you raise children and you have something to pass down long after you're gone.
That's what we call a gish gallop. Let's do a question count here.
I think that even if both men and women have become unhappier, men's suicide rates have risen as well, and that's also been exponential. Can you at least concede that feminism offers only one potential explanation? There could be also other explanations.
Of course, obviously, but feminism is the glaring thing in front of us, where we have fertility rates down, we have marriage rates down, we have unhappiness up, and we did something in the 1960s out of the universities of Betty Friedan and
The feminist movements did not start in the 1960s. Feminism has, like, the modern day version of feminism and the writings of it were pushed in the 1960s, but all throughout history, women have been fighting for their rights. When they advocated to be able to vote, that was a form of feminism. That's the first wave feminism. What he's talking about is second wave.
Gloria Steinem and all these feminists that basically said, you're trapped in a home, go get a job, freeze your eggs, take birth control, and all of a sudden women
They did not say any of that.
are way unhappier than they were 40 years ago. And I just have to ask the question, why?
So he gish galloped through a whole bunch of points, and he asked a question, and now he's asking another question. So this is two questions.
Why is that? Is it working? And maybe there are biological differences between men and women that we should respect, and that deep down a lot of women want.
So there's like rapid fire questions here.
And all of a sudden women are way unhappier than they were 40 years ago. And I just have to ask the question, why is that? Is it working?
Why is that? One, is it working? Two,
and maybe there are biological differences between
three, biological differences,
men and women that we should respect, and that deep down a lot of women
four,
want to get married and have children. In fact, we should.
Deep down, women actually want to get married and have children. That's not even a question, that's a statement.
We should applaud it, and we should support it, and we should say
more. We should applaud it. We should support it.
It means nothing if you're going to go be a CEO of some shoe company or be.
It means nothing if you're a CEO or some shoe company downplaying successful women.
Some banker in London. What matters if you raise children and you have something to pass down long after you're gone.
I think I would bring 2 points to that. The first one is just really simple, which is that you can ascribe liberalism all.
Yeah, this is. She's way better at debating than I am. I would have just been like cross-eyed, like, can you pick one thing? But no, she just powers through and like knows the core issue and attacks the core issue, ignoring everything because it's bad faith. You don't have to talk about everything. My autistic ass wants to like tear apart every single thing he just fucking said because literally on every level it was wrong. But she's better than me.
Pass down long after you're gone.
I think I would bring 2 points to that. The first one is just really simple, which is that you can ascribe liberalism all you want as the cause of the unhappiness. I would argue something else. I would say that it's certain economic policy that has very little to do with the social acceptance of alternative lifestyles. I would say that we can recognize that income inequality across a vast swathe of Western countries has increased, which causes all kinds of social ills.
Oh, he's like sweating.
A lack of social cohesion, housing price growth doesn't correspond with wage growth. Monopolies increasingly become kind of emboldened to interfere with politics, and monopolies don't prioritize social health either. I think that those offer more compelling reasons for a decline in happiness than an increase in freedoms, because just one more thing, on an intuitive basis, generally speaking, people want more freedom, not less.
Okay, so if that's true, why is it? Do you agree that the happiest women in the West are married with kids?
I would have to look into it, but I think there are certain
and objectively, we know that, right? The women with kids are not the ones tearing down statues, right? They're the ones that actually have obligations.
Does tearing down statues correspond to some kind of smiles per capita data set that I wasn't aware of?
So fucking good. Smiles per capita data set. Oh. So good. So good.
I would have to look into it, but I think there are certain
and objectively, we know that, right? The women with kids are not the ones tearing down statues, right? They're the ones that actually have obligations.
Does tearing down statues correspond to some kind of smiles per capita data set that I wasn't aware of?
Again, it's a little bit of a one-liner.
As he started off one-liner after one-liner after one-liner after one-liner, and all she's been up till this point has been good faith and answering every question, every one of his bad faith gotchas he's brought up. So now we're about to see the projection and the piss baby crying of a conservative, the snowflakery of a fucking conservatard.
Kind of smiles per capita data set that I wasn't aware of?
Again, it's a little bit of a one-liner. The happy and the grateful. The happy and the grateful usually don't go burn down Wendy's in their spare time, of which we saw in our country all throughout a single summer. But as a side note, you would agree, objectively, study after study, survey after survey, that the women of the West that are married and have children, especially a lot of children, are far happier than even the ones that earn more money correlated at the same age.
So I also don't think that happiness is a very good metric, and neither do you, because you think gay people shouldn't just pursue happiness by being gay. They have other moralistic considerations to be making. So I don't think smiles per capita is a particularly convincing way to measure whether or not we should encourage women to be autonomous. I think we should maximize agency within a fair system that has reasonable parameters because it's expedient, it's good for the economy, it's logical, it's the moral thing, because if we can't prove the material harms, we shouldn't discourage it. And also self-reported studies is a really flawed way to do psychology. It's the week before my university exams right now, and I'm standing here explaining the basic methodology behind survey collection in sociology, which you don't even think is a real subject, to Charlie Kirk. If I took one of those surveys right now, I'd check extremely miserable, but so would a Palestinian child who's been torn to smithereens. How are we going to measure?
You would say extremely miserable?
No, I'm kind of making a joke.
No, I mean, but seriously.
Making a joke because talking to this motherfucker is like pulling... It's like pulling teeth. It's like talking to a child. You're like explaining... Oh, man. I thought I was supposed to be the autistic one, but I can tell that was a joke. You know, it's like, I'm extremely miserable having this conversation right now, explaining to a man why I should have fucking rights. And I shouldn't just be like locked in a home and be subjugated to making dinner for a husband, making sandwiches.
My university exams right now, and I'm standing here explaining the basic methodology behind survey collection in sociology, which you don't even think is a real subject, to Charlie Kirk. If I took one of those surveys right now, I'd check extremely miserable, but so would a Palestinian child who's been torn to smithereens. How are we going to measure?
You would say extremely miserable?
No, I'm kind of making a joke.
No, I mean, but seriously, like, but hold on. I mean, like, that's an important point, though, is that the women of the West have it the best in the world, and yet they're way unhappier than women of sub-Saharan Africa. There's something fundamentally wrong here, because the women of sub-Saharan Africa have something that a lot of women in the West do not have. The women in the West have cats, and they have good jobs, and the women of sub-Saharan Africa, they have a belief in the divine, and they have kids. And maybe there's a biological undercurrent that is keeping a lot of women from realizing their full potential. And so
he's doubling down on the position that she just said, like, doesn't really fucking matter, because, like, just because people are happy doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. slave owners were probably really happy to have slaves, and you probably could find some slaves out there that were happy to, like, that the one fucking guy that's like, oh, crying, there's a fucking meme about it. It's in the movie. He's like crying over his dead, racist ass Southern owner. Like, you can. Happiness isn't a good measurement when it comes to, like, should people have rights? And also, that's correlation. That does not mean causation. There, he's making a correlation. Oh, women are free here, but they're not free there, and they're happier there. Therefore, that's the better thing. That's not how that works. It's more complicated than just that simple brain dead shit. I'm just really tired of I'm just really tired of all of this. I just want people to have housing, healthcare, food, water, education, transportation, electricity. I just want that stuff. But instead, we have to listen to these ghoulish freaks explain to an audience why they think, like, women should have less. Women having less would give us more somehow. Women having less equality would make it so. Or being, like, because how. Like, how are you going to go about this? Like, how do you make it so, like, he's not actively saying we should take away women's rights, but, like, the outcome of the argument would lead someone to believe we should take away women's rights, because when they're put in this position, they are apparently happier. When they have less rights, they're happier. Whenever they're forced into a subservient household, like, wife position, they're happier. So why not just take away their equality, because it comes out with better outcomes. That's a lot of Republicans that listen to this garbage filth, and they just, like, don't think it fucking through at all. You know, they just really don't do 1 + 1 = 2. They just see the one and they agree with the one being there. Without understanding the full equation or where this is leading.
Without reading your phone and just, like, connecting.
I'm not really reading my phone.
Well, it's fine. Sure, then you can answer without it. Fair enough. Would you agree that it's a good thing that more women get married and have children in the West?
I would ask you, would you say that a sub-Saharan African woman who's experienced female genital mutilation and checks extremely happy in a survey, and I also would check extremely happy in a survey, who do you think would be objectively more happy, even if they both check the same answer?
No, okay, so I fully, if you want to talk about how Islam mistreats women, we could talk all day long. Like, I'm all for that.
Me too.
Okay, good, so we agree.
Absolutely,
we actually have
we agree on
agreement.
many things.
Then we should shut off.
And another thing, he constantly does little digs at dehumanization and digs at groups of people that he seems as the other. That's like, I think all religion is dumb, but I don't demonize it. I point out, like, the bad ideas and outcomes from religion. But at the end of the day, if you're like, oh, I just have a personal experience with God and I love God and this is the religion I subscribe to and I follow these things myself, and you end it there, that's fine. It's whenever you take a step across the line and say, but you should also do it because my God demands us to live this way. That's your God. That ain't my God, right? But this person right here has to throw digs at trans people, at sub-Saharan Africans, saying like, oh, they're lesser than us, but they're still happier for some reason. At Muslims. And he's not just inherently outright saying like, oh, these people are lesser and they're bad, but that's the implication. That's the implication without within all these arguments, with all these like little sorry, I got distracted for a second with all these little sound bites he's trying to create.
Muslim immigration to the UK, right? We totally agree.
I think that all religious fundamentalism is bad, and if you take that logic, we should also not allow evangelical Christians into the UK either.
Hold on a second. Hold on. That's funny. Hold on. Can you show me what would your example, because I have 50, of a single Christian country that you would say mistreats women, right?
America.
Oh, really?
Yes.
We had a female woman vice president. We had a female vice president.
A vice president that you said that was not intelligent enough to hold a position of office.
Female Speaker of the House. Women earn more than men in America.
In Rwanda, female representation in government supersedes the UK by quite a lot. Did women get treated better in Rwanda?
Okay, I might be super off this. Like, is Rwanda Islamic? Like, I'm not totally sure. I don't think it is. Like,
who cares?
Is it? Like, I don't know, actually.
Who cares?
It's not. So, again, we were just talking about Islam. It's a little bit of a side note, but you must be morally clear, because you brought up female genital mutilation, which is a teaching of the Islamic faith. But as a side note, like, again, this is very important.
I'm pretty sure it's not. It's one tribe that does this. There's not like a bunch of Muslim tribes in Africa that do the mutilization. It's just one tribe, and I'm not even sure if they're like, I have to like look into that again. It's like so much information, like my brain, because these motherfuckers can just say whatever they want. They don't care about the truth. They just fucking say whatever. I actually care about the truth, so I have to like when I watch stuff like this on my own time, I like pause it and I look up look up the information of like every little stupid point that they make. But they just get to say whatever the fuck, because it's not about like truth or what is justified or finding solutions. It's just literally about demonizing the other and gaining more power. And pushing the narrative to gain said power.
Which is, I'm not here to require you to do anything or not. I'm making a simple observation, which is objectively true regardless. The women of the West are miserable, and they're miserable for a reason, because we've told them to suppress how they are made by God and pursue something else and get a bunch of trinkets and get a bunch of promotions, and they end up at 38 years old with a big flat in London, and they're miserable.
That's not inherently truth. That's not, no. Facts don't care about your feelings. There is a bajillion, like, to boil down people's emotions this much and, like, the nuance of why someone might be unhappy, it, to me, is, like, psychotic. To boil it down this much and just be like, oh, because you don't believe in God and because you were told like to try to be successful in the system that we live in, that's why you're miserable. That you're gonna have to circle that square there. You're making you're just making a claim. You know, like, I know plenty of Christian women that are fucking miserable.
We should tell them to stop freezing their eggs and start finding their partner earlier and have lots of babies.
Yeah, okay, I think I'd bring two just final points to this. First one is just really intuitive, right, which is that if you actually care about women's happiness, then the solution is to structurally support them. That means universal childcare, shared legally enforceable parental leave, and in Nordic countries where women have high workforce participation and also some state support, they report higher life satisfaction than in more conservative countries, including America. So if your metric is happiness,
just do satisfaction surveys. You told me they're BS.
So are satisfaction surveys bullshit or not? Because you told me they're bullshit.
Do you acknowledge satisfaction surveys or not? You just told me that they're BS. Do you think they're objective? We can use that as data?
I don't think that
yes or no?
it's the only sole data set, but it is the data set that
you told me there's a flawed and you self-report. Okay, by the macro self-satisfaction data, I am correct. And you are right. When you
that wasn't the argument though. Like, you're the one that brought up smiles per capita bullshit. He's the one that brought up like happiness index, proving his point, right? And she's like, okay, so let's use your logic. If you think you're correct based upon this, then you should understand that countries that have better safety nets actually provide to families, like economically, financially, materially, in any shape or form, like more, they have higher rates of happiness. So under your original argument, this new information coming to you should make you realize it might not necessarily be the religious aspect, it might not necessarily be the feminist aspect, but the fact that the social safety net in America is dog shit. But he can't do that, and he's trying to, like, he's projecting, spinning it around, and being like, oh, that makes me double right, because you used my framework to try to convince me. That's so silly. This guy's silly.
Have paid family leave, you are happier. I'm actually a proponent of that. At Turning Point USA, we pay for 6 months when somebody has a child. I think there's a lot of agreement we can have on that. We need to encourage having more children. I think the Hungarian child policy is phenomenal. We should look at that, because the greatest thing that is plaguing the West is we're not having enough kids. And it's not just bad because we won't have a future, it's also bad because the present is awfully miserable for too many women as well.
Okay, in which case I think we get...
Do I start bringing this to a close, please?
Okay, I think just one final thing, which is that in which case we get to a really interesting argument about what parts of womanhood can be demarcated to the social and what kinds of womanhood can be demarcated to the biological. So, for example, my anatomy is demarcated to the biological, but the fact that I might potentially be a better nurturer than a man, I would demarcate that to the social, you might demarcate that to the biological, in which case we have differing moral scales of value. I would ask why we should necessarily prioritize your moral scale of value, which prioritizes things like the birth rate, when in actual fact there are various other moral scales of value. And if you yourself are a free market American, why is it the case that you would not, like the previous speaker noted, extend personal freedoms towards all spheres, including a private sphere?
I believe in absolute truth claims, and it's absolutely wrong and bad when a society stops having kids to replace their own population. And then you have to import the third world and you become the third world.
Jesus. And ending on a racist remark. Cue the credits. Do 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 do. Finn.
Bad.
I disagree, but thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh my goodness. Where's the other guy? Oh, this guy was pretty fun too. Is he that? He literally is the next one. Okay, okay.
Thank you. And the final question that we've got time for today is from Sammy McDonald from St John's College.
Good evening, Mr. Kirk. You've obviously devoted a lot of your life to electing, keeping in power Donald Trump, and you did so partly because you said Trump would put Americans first and take them out of foreign conflicts. Shall we see how that is going at the moment? Currently, Trump has just accepted a $400 million debt from Qatar, which we're assured is perfectly above board. Billions in arms are going to Saudi Arabia, which they're using to bomb and starve Yemeni children. Not sure how that's in the interest of the United States, but it might be in the interest of the $5.5 billion deal his failed sons are receiving. At the same time, this great president of peace has greenlit mass killings not just in Yemen, but in Gaza, where he greenlit an invasion called Operation Gideon's Chariot with the express aim of wiping out the Gazan population. You promised to put America first. Haven't you and your ilk sold America out?
Very true. Very based. Literally, Elon Musk was the shadow president because he was the highest donor. Our elections have become for the highest bidder when it comes to the Republican Party. Somewhat from the Democrats, not as egregious. I want to get money all out. I hate the Democrats too. I don't like these guys. They're pretty bad. These guys over here, the Democrats, they're pretty bad. Don't like them. They're do-nothing lib babies, corporate shills. But these guys, points to Republicans, these guys are a real fucking problem. Like, geez Louise. Everything I dislike about these group of people, the Democrats, times 10 for these group of people, the Republicans.
No. Well, I'm glad you have great intellectual substance and can answer. Because it's all the culture wars for you, isn't it? The second someone actually tells you what you're doing, which is red.
Can you calm down a little bit? Like, just a little bit? Pounding the table, you're all over the place. No. You want me to go piece by piece? Or would you like me to talk slower?
I think you can...
Number one, Donald Trump is convening a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. Joe Biden gave them armaments.
That's going well, isn't it?
It's going well. Can you not interrupt me?
Well.
I allowed you to talk uninterrupted.
You're famous for not interrupting.
Yeah, I haven't interrupted a single person here today. Can I speak uninterrupted, actually? Okay. He is convening a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. I believe we will see an end to that war. No.
It's still going on. He just had a meeting with Putin, and he's like, "Oh, the election was stolen." He was like, "That Putin guy, he has good ideas."
Number two, he's actually talking to Iran and discouraging Israel to strike the interior of Iran and has stopped many other international...
We literally bombed Iran over a false flag nuke bullshit. This did not play out well for him. I know he couldn't see the future, but he also knows he's a fucking liar.
Countries to do the same. Number three, can you give him credit for ending the Indian-Pakistan war?
Both of them said he didn't do that.
Well, hold on a second.
Let's go back.
No.
Yeah, both India and Pakistan both came out and said, I don't know why this guy had nothing to fucking do with the end of the problem right now. And they're still kind of like very aggro with each other, just not actively bombing, you know? Both sides came out and said, no, he didn't. So is it just like the evil cabal of secret lefties that control the universe that's always out to get Donald Trump? Like the boogeyman under the sheets out to get Donald Trump? Are they the ones that put the gun to the head of the leaders to tell them, tell the media like Trump had nothing to do with this? Only one can wonder. Only one can wonder.
That's Russia,
Ukraine.
And that's important.
Can I speak now?
Yes, but the Indian-Pakistan thing, you got to go deeper than that.
Let's go in order. Is a peace summit where the main person in question, Russia, doesn't show up, is that a success, Mr. Kirk?
Well, I'm not even sure.
A success?
Well, again, these are ongoing negotiations, and it's a lot better than when your Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, went alongside our Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, to Istanbul and unnecessarily blew up a potential Russian peace deal, which has resulted in hundreds of thousands of dead Ukrainians, one of the great unnecessary wars of the modern era. Donald Trump believes in conversation and police boot through strength. He has been president for well over 120 to 130 days, and he has already ended a war between two nuclear conflicts of India-Pakistan. He has secured our own U.S. southern border while we were being invaded by foreign powers. And thirdly, he is brokering a...
America was not being invaded by foreign powers. This is so stupid. Oh yes, every immigrant that crossed the border was actually a sleeper cell. They're just waiting for the activation code to be sent to them on their phone to to activate. Even the children. You really gotta watch out for the children because they're the sneaky ones. They can get in small spaces and do like sneaky evil bad things in their little small area. I don't fucking know what the fuck. An invasion implies a military force. Where's the military for the... What government do these immigrants represent as a military force?
Potential settlement with Iran that will prevent a major escalation in the Middle East.
And bomb them. We bomb the shit out of them. We're gonna bomb the fuck out of them. That's what he said on the campaign trail.
And finally, it is very difficult, but I believe they'll get it done, that we'll finally see an end to the Russian-Ukrainian war.
I'm just going to disregard the enormous...
Sadly, Charlie Kirk never saw the day that war was settled because it's still ongoing. And yet, Charlie Kirk is 6 feet under. That's what it is. It's like grifting. It's not about truth. It's not about reality. It's just about the narrative. It's just always about the narrative. Trump is the strong man that is the only one that can possibly do the good things that we will claim that he's done or is trying to do when all evidence points otherwise. This is cuckoldry. This guy's a cuck. Remember, this is the day... I'm dying. The fucking day after Charlie Kirk is dead. It's crazy. Where's this at? Nope, not that one. Where's this doofus dancing? There he is. Lied and grift his entire fucking career for this man. Doesn't give a shit.
I think very good. And by the way,
My condolences for the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. How are you holding up?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks. They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 100.
I think I'm holding up pretty good. Also, look at the construction for my ballroom, bro. Imagine cucking yourself out your entire career just to have that as the response. That's so fucking pathetic, dude. That's so sad. What a sad life.
Lies you just put out there about Russia and Ukraine.
And like your movement is objectively making the world a worse place. Even for the people that you, the in-group. Kitty baby. Sorry, my cat wants attention. Fuzzy baby. Okay.
Do you really think leverage negotiations work if you cut off all your leverage and scream at one party in the Oval Office? Don't you think that has just emboldened Russia? Because look at the approach. Putin thinks so much of your glorious president, he can't even be asked to show up. You have elected, or help elect, somebody who is at best an idiot and at worst is deeply corrupt.
Okay, again, so Trump and Putin had a 2-hour phone call today. You'll acknowledge that's a good thing. The pursuit of peace can sometimes be a winding road, and it's a lot better than sending hundreds of billions of dollars further into the killing fields of eastern Ukraine, something that tragically both the UK government and the US government has been unnecessarily supporting for a couple of years. President Trump wants to see a brokerage, an ending of this settlement. I pray we can get it. It's very complicated because of the mess that Joe Biden left, which was an active kinetic war with a nuclear power sending American-made missiles into the interior of Russia. So President Trump has already ended a war. He's ended an invasion. He's only 130 days.
I thought, like, when did remember when Republicans were like, during the Bush era and Obama era, where they were like, oh yeah, Russians are evil and bad, and whatever happened to that? It's crazy. I'm old enough to remember that. I'm old enough that in school, the Russian immigrants in my class were being made fun of by the Republican kids in my class, calling them like commie bastards and sleeper cells for a shitty oligarch, and this is the country of the free, and they should go back before they're found out by the FBI and shit. You know, there was actually surprisingly like a big community of Russian immigrants in the town that not town, it was more of a city, in the city that I grew up in. I remember that shit. What happened to it? Is it that they realize that they're the same, cut from the same cloth, I guess, but they're too chicken shit and mentally detached to admit it? I don't know.
Into this, and I believe we do not know. At this point, we are merely speculating, which I think we should not spend our time doing that, because eventually one of us will be right. I believe we'll be right, and I believe we'll see an end to this war.
Can we just talk about 100 billion's worth of weapons? Because you dodged my question on what was going on in the Middle East, where Trump has just signed enormous arms contracts with Saudi Arabia and with Qatar. And I noticed you ignored the fact that this might have had anything to do with the blatant corruption going on through the Trump coin and going on through giving the very competent sons of Donald Trump billions of investment from Saudi Arabia.
I'm pretty sure at this point, I think the number is like up to like $4-5 billion the Trump family has gained in profit since he became in office. I remember like in the beginning of the year, like it was like 4 months in, there was a report showing that it was like $2 billion. But yeah.
Arabia and Qatar. This is something that is directly embroiling Americans into conflict, but is importantly killing many innocent people. Those nations have been known to terrorize innocent civilian populations. So if you're coming to me and you're objecting to America selling weaponry, why are you defending shilling for the Saudis?
Well, hold on. One is sending weaponry, one is purchasing. Secondly, you do know that the biggest purchase that was announced was commercial airliner 737, $100 billion. You've heard of Qatar Airways. They purchased $100 billion of commercial airways. You are right, there were some weapons contracts. But I guess the question is, would you rather have Saudi Arabia buy weapons from America or China?
I'd rather they not have American weaponry at cut price rates.
See, I disagree.
Let's talk about Qatar for a second.
Okay, fine.
Because you mentioned Qatar. You've been talking a lot about Hamas and the evils of Hamas. Can I ask you, who's the main funder of Hamas?
Well, the Palestine state. Well, the West actually funds Hamas.
Which state?
Well, Iran funds.
No. Also, where are the Hamas leaders?
And also Qatar funds Hamas. It is a combination of international relief organizations.
Is this a state which should have a 400 million jet with the President of the United States on it?
Hold on. First of all, it was not given to him personally. I understand.
Fucking pulling teeth. It was no. It was Iran. The leaders are in Iran. If this was actually about dealing with Hamas, we know where the leaders are. They're in Iran.
The optics of it, but it was not given to him personally. It was given to the U.S. government, and under that standard, no U.S. government should ever receive any gifts from any foreign countries whatsoever. It's not given to him personally, and not a violation of the.
Why is he trying to?
He gets it after his. Dude, this is such a lie. The deal was that it's the plane, Air Force One. It's Air Force One. While he's the president. And when he's out of office in 4 years, it's going to be decommissioned and given to him. You can look it up. Just Google it. Like, it's there.
Transfer it to his personal library. He is.
Actually, okay, again, he sent out a statement. This is way too in the weeds. We want to keep on going it. We can.
It's a fundamental moral principle.
Okay, so under that fundamental moral principle, then, can you acknowledge, though, that President Trump is getting more done in a less period of time than any president we've seen, while our prior president did not even know what year he got elected? You understand the contrast here?
What aboutism again? I'm not a defender of Biden.
No, I'm not saying President Trump is far better than the predecessor.
You have to defend the person you spent millions to elect.
I will defend every day of someone who ends an invasion.
That's all you do is
brings down the price of oil, who is revitalizing the American economy.
Oil prices are up. They did not come down. Prices are all up. What are you talking about? Oh wait, this was 3 months ago. Prices were up then too. I don't know what he's talking about. Like, just know like everything he says is a lie because he's a cuck. Or he was a cuck, I should say. His pronouns were at this point.
Who's brokering peace, who stopped the potential nuclear war, who is bringing Iran to the table and bringing Russia to the table, someone who does not want armed conflicts with the greatest powers of our time. I will defend that endlessly.
Well, living in a fantasy world of your own creation. So it's quite hard to engage with
that, but then disprove it.
But let's check on how Trump is doing in terms of diplomacy. Look, with the war in the Middle East, do you think it was a defensible decision to tell the Israelis you wanted Trump Gaza to agree for Israel to invade the Gaza Strip and to continue to murder thousands of innocent children and civilians in a pointless war? Is that in America's interest? Is that in humanity's interest?
Well, first of all, you should know something about Trump. There's something, if you realize with Trump over the last 10 years, he is quite the social media user and uses hyperbolic language at times. But let me ask you, in the conflict of Israel versus Hamas, who's the good guy?
I believe both Hamas and the Israeli government are evil. But I think also that there is no justification.
Are they equally?
There is no justification for them.
One of them is a response, an outcome to imperialism and colonialism. And the other one is a colonialist, genocidal ethno-state. Without the one doing what they did, the other one wouldn't have come about. That's my take on it.
Murder and
I think both are pretty shitty and bad. But there's one that has all the power. And it's up to the one with all the power to find a solution of peace. But peace is not an option because their end goal is extermination.
Mutilation of thousands of innocent people and children. Well, let's futile. There is no justification, Mr. Kerr, for invading hospitals, for bombing innocent populations and dragging out a war which is damaging Israel and the West.
You've made that point, but
it's not a point. It's a moral truth, isn't it?
Yeah. It was also a moral truth that the war started because 1,300 Jews were killed and 200 were taken hostage. And when you declare war on Israel, expect a firestorm in reaction. Let me finish. I let you talk.
What a cuck.
Israel at its holiest day of the calendar year besides Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah, Samat Torah, the 50-year anniversary of the Six-Day War. On Shabbat, Hamas invaded Israel, deciding to go recklessly to music concerts, to homes, to kibbutzes, and taking 200-plus hostages. They knew what they were doing. In one of the most cloistered urban environments on the planet, 2 million people live in a place where it's impossible to wage war. Impossible. Where they wear civilian clothing, they violate every tenet of the Geneva Convention, and the IDF, when they do something right, they get no credit. When they do life-saving surgeries of a Gazan child, they get no credit. When they drop leaflets, they get no credit.
See, like, there's a conspiracy going on that, like, Israel killed him, right? There's a conspiracy that, like, Israel was the one who had him executed because he was anti-Israel, or, like, he went against Israel, which I wouldn't be surprised, but the evidence isn't there to come to that conclusion, or like it's a thought that I think all thoughts are worth holding and like digesting and not holding, but digesting and thinking about, right? That's why I know like alt-right positions are fucking stupid, because I've sat there and I've thought it through. I just don't think the evidence is there. Like, they also think, like, Israel did 9/11. Because, like, for Nazis online, it's like, oh, Israel has... It's like Nazis are super fucking jealous that the Jews get their ethno-state and get to eradicate the brown people, and as like a white European or American, they don't get to do that, and they see it and they're like, that's not fair. It's like, I don't like both of these groups of people because they're the same fucking thing. It's just like one of them is the white supremacist and one of them is the Jewish supremacist, and they're both the same thing, just with a different like it's the same fucking thing. Like, it just, there's not enough evidence for me to come to the conclusion to actually hold the position that Israel's the group that killed him, because he was a wonderful talking head for Israel and was a big piece in the movement of making MAGA justify this genocide, and giving them the thought-ending cliche talking points of, like, what about Hamas? Liberals have also done this for Democrats. I don't see it. I just don't see it. I think it was a shit post. I think he literally died from a shit post. Like, the shooting was supposed to be like a shit post. Like, from the evidence that we know, the shooter was not very political. Even these are things his family said, which might be because, like, he didn't subscribe to his family's beliefs, so he just kept the peace by, like, shutting the fuck up. Or he could have just been, like, a gamer. There's a whole bunch of apolitical gamer people out there. That really don't actually hold a position, and they just, like, do themselves kind of deal. There's a lot of people like that in this country. And it wouldn't be surprising for one of those kind of people, due to maybe, like, not being economically well, not seeing them having themselves having a future. Like, let's say they're under the current economic system and under the world young people live in right now, it's really hard to see there being a future. So fuck it. Make a name for yourself. Become famous. That's what a lot of the old shootings used to be. A lot of the, especially right-wing shootings, are like, they know that they're going to be a celebrity somewhat. And it's a fault of our media is making celebritizing and like putting them on newspapers and on Frontline and on the news everywhere, you know? Like Columbine should have been the moment where this country woke the fuck up and tried to find a solution, but gun money lobby is way more important than children's lives when it comes to our politicians. The only thing politicians have to spare when it comes to like the death of children, Charlie Kirk, pro-life, saying that the death of children is a justified cost to owning a gun. All they can spare is thought and prayers, I guess, you know. But yeah, it just the narrative with the alt-right, it has to be the Jews. Because there's a scene with Charlie Kirk talking to Ben Shapiro in doing devil's advocate, talking to Ben Shapiro about this issue in the Middle East. The Gaza and Israeli issue. So they use that clip. People from behind the scenes have said stuff, but once again, like, these are not trustworthy people. They're willing to lie for the opportunity to gain more power and for their narrative. So I don't know how anyone can watch this right here and be like, oh yeah, Israeli did it, definitely. When we have the guy in custody and like we have the whole family admitting that they knew he did it, and the roommate turning him into the FBI. Things don't necessarily add up with the investigation, but I think that's more default to, because of who's in charge of the FBI. Like, you don't get a streamer to be in charge of the fucking FBI. And they were using AI-generated images to try to find this guy's face, like, trying to find... It is so stupid, like, all of it, like... My goodness. All right, continue.
But when they happen to bomb a place where they are operating their military from, which we now know from third-party verified sources, hundreds of Hamas military operations are in mosques, schools, and hospitals. I'm sorry, the country where they were living in relative peace on October 6th, that all of a sudden we had a war, and Hamas started the war. And I don't see people that were really upset about the 2 million Germans that were killed in World War II, civilians. A tragic truth of war is that civilians die. I don't like it, and you don't like it. And they brought it upon themselves. The only operation and entity to blame is the leadership of Hamas, not the Israeli government, for fighting this defensive war after they were invaded.
No, the Geneva Convention it was literally made in response of World War II because they realized how bad it was, the actions that were done to the civilian populations. Like, what are you talking about? Yes, we all agree that, like, the death of civilians. What are you doing? What the fuck? He would be the one that's like... This is a justification of war crimes. That's psychotic. That's crazy. That's crazy, dude.
I'm no defender of the terrible pogrom that was launched against Jews on that day. But the justification for the death of innocents cannot be an infinite cycle of bloodlust. It cannot be killing tens of thousands of innocent civilians with a war with no end in sight, people who are not complicit in those atrocities. It cannot be bombing hospitals which children use. It cannot be bombing hospitals in which cancer patients are dying and starving in there. The deaths that have been inflicted, nobody knows the true toll, but somewhere between 50 and 100,000 people lie dead under the rubble. And what is left for Gaza except for to continue to suffer under Hamas? Because it turns out Netanyahu's political strategy has not worked. It has entrenched Hamas within the territories. To be a Christian...
No, it is working. No, that's the point. It is working. Like, the point isn't to make peace. The point isn't to... The point is eradication. As long as, like, Hamas is the spooky boogeyman that they can, like, the scapegoat that they can justify any action towards the Palestinian people, Hamas existing is their scapegoat and their justification of any action being done against Palestinian people. That is the point. That is the reason why Netanyahu allowed Hamas to be funded in its earliest days. You have to make a villain to justify your narrative.
I would have thought Mr. Kirk would never have involved suggesting that the price for an atrocity must be an infinite cycle of bloodlust, that innocent people and the young population must be killed to avenge some kind of providential crisis. How can you call yourself a Christian? Well, you just did.
I want to make sure we get our moral clarity straight before we proceed. No one likes what's happening in Gaza. No one with a heart or a soul or a mind likes when kids die. But you must understand who started the conflict so that you could end it correctly. And until Hamas brokers an unconditional surrender, of which they are unwilling to do, they could release the hostages and drop their weapons.
They're the only one that has done ceasefire, like, they have been trying to do ceasefire agreements. And Netanyahu disagreed and didn't go for it because it's not the point. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? They said that they would release the hostages if A, B, and C were done. Because they have no power, they grabbed hostages for leverage to negotiate. That's how this works. A terrorist organization has no power, and compared to Hamas has no power and compared to Israel. So dude, what is this guy? Oh god. He's just like staring at him like with death eyes. This is kind of scary. I'd be fidgety too if I had this guy staring me down behind my shoulder, like over my shoulder. Yeah, no, it was in the, like, some leverage to negotiate because they have no power in comparison to Israel. When the powerless have nothing and one side has everything, like when one side has nothing and the other side has everything, they have to somehow, that's what that's what they had the uranium in Iran for, is for negotiations. They have no capability of making it into a nuke, and then even if they did make it into the nuke, there's no way that they could possibly make it even to Israel. They don't have the capability of making a missile that they could launch into Israel. They would have to bring it by, like, vehicle or airplane, and that's not going to work out for them at all. So it was a piece of negotiation for them. Man, and there's nuance. There's nuance here. People need to realize the nuance. They need to have some understanding of like what position these groups are in comparison to our allies and the greatest country in the world.
Weapons and their lives would be spared. Instead, they are using children of Gaza as cannon fodder, financed by the Iranian mullahs and dragging the entire world into this conflict. So I don't even know what we're debating at this point, other than I believe that Israel, I believe the facts, Israel was unconditionally attacked on October 7th. They're responding in kind. And I would just ask you a very simple moral question. How should Israel have responded?
Not with the blanket carpet bombing of the city, not with bombing hospitals. Of course, some kind of military operation might have been necessary, but not murder on this scale. There is no justification for what is happening with the enormous death toll that is being produced. I really cannot see how you come here and you have the gall to lecture us on Christian morality and then sit here and justify the murder of thousands of civilians. And is it working, Mr. Cook? Is Hamas dismantled?
I've never said that.
You just did.
Well, no,
this is your whole
in
thing.
war, these are called casualties of a...
He's hand-waved them away multiple times. Yeah, he's doing it right now. He's justifying it right now. Like, what?
War.
I haven't justified. Proceeds to justify. These are casualties of war.
Stop bringing this
Again,
to us.
I'm not going to justify every military maneuver of a 100,000 person army. Instead, what I will do is I'll be clear that there is a good guy and there is a bad guy. I honestly...
Isn't that the morality of a child?
Well,
It is. Yes, it is.
It's interesting you say that.
Way more nuanced.
Because a child who knows that Israel is the good guy, Hamas is bad, has a lot more wisdom than a student like yourself at Cambridge University.
I will be glad that I will not have been somebody who has defended the genocide of the Palestinian people.
Did they just clap at like, oh yeah, you're a dumb kid. A kid is smarter than you, actually. Wait, that was the gotcha? Good guy and bad guy is literally child morality. It's black and white morality, like dumb brain dead shit. That's actually the case. And his response to like him pointing out like you have a child's understanding of morality when it comes to this conflict, it's like, nah, you're stupider than children. The fuck, dude? How did anyone believe this guy was like an intellectual hive mind? Why did anyone subscribe to this fucking troglodyte? Jesus Christ.
And I think you will have to reckon one day that you have reckoned with
Interesting. I want to close on this. So can you tell me what African country is currently ongoing a civil war?
Believe it or not, I know about Sudan because I'm not an idiot.
How about what Southeast Asian country has an ethnic cleansing going on right now? Good. And you have strong opinions on both sides?
Unlike you, I take an effort to be informed about foreign policy and to come to conclusions. You are a culture warrior. I believe when everything is done, Mr. Kirk, people will see you and the people you supported as corrupt, as selling the country out to the lowest bidder, and of doing irreparable damage to a country I'm sure we all deep down love.
The difference?
You will have to reckon with that.
Difference
Mr. Kirk.
is when...
Bass, just mic fucking drop. Just fucking mic drop after that. Very, very true. Like, you might be able to have generational indoctrination occur, but the further out we get, the less likely people are willing to, especially the further out and like the worse things are for people, the less likely they are willing to blindly subscribe to the narrative, right? So generations in the future that aren't living now, that can look in the past and not have like an emotional attachment because of their family indoctrinating them, or like their subscription to the narrative, or like their grievance politics, or whatever the fuck it is that Republicans have to make them intellectually incoherent. My kitty baby. He really wants my attention. He sees me giving the camera attention and he's like, no, give me attention. In the future, people are more likely to look at things more objectively. So in the future, you might have, just like with the Civil War, after the Civil War, they did the, what the fuck is it called? They like rewrote the Civil War and it was about states' rights now and all this bullshit to try to like post hoc justify the fucking civil, like being traitors to the state and like over slavery and whatnot. You might have some of that, but in the future, less people are going to be willing to subscribe to that kind of stuff, and the objective truth of what kind of people the MAGA movement is going to come out, and it is not going to be a pretty one. Even if they do cause a civil war and they start it's only going to get worse if they start doing that. The more they dig their heels down in and the more fascistic and bloodthirsty they become, the worse off they are going to be in the future, or like how they are seen. There's one last guy that I wanted to look at. Is it this guy? It is this guy. Most people, when it came to the last debate that we just watched, most Republicans just like made fun, were like ableist and just made fun of him being bouncy instead of actually listening to the arguments, because, you know, it's easier to just shut your fucking brain off and make fun of the bouncy kid with the red fuzzy head. Damn, where does this start? Nope. Oh, here we go. Religion. One point I want to make sure is put across, like, uncensored, uncut debates like this is great evidence that these Republican talking heads are bad faith and don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Because now they're in a room. He's still with college kids, right? Doing like a change my mind kind of deal at a college campus isn't going to get, in itself is somewhat like bad faith, because you're talking to people that have just left their house, like their family for the first time. Like, you're not talking about experts about this stuff. You're not talking to experts or other people that are talking heads with your media training and their talking points that can counteract your talking points. You're not coming to a person. It's like a heavyweight fighting a lightweight and then cheering that the lightweight got obliterated, right? It's like, what are we even doing here? Why are we even doing this? So like, even these are college kids, but this is like a high education. You have to be pretty intelligent to go to Cambridge, right? And so even in this situation, these college people, adults, kids, whatever you want to call them, are just showing him up one after another, and it really does destroy the facade of like, oh, we just own the left. Because like, with the first person we watched, the feminist girl, it was just, I'm trying to get sound bites and I'm throwing out brain dead gotchas to get clips that I'm going to clip out of context to post on my social media. It's not about actually having a good faith conversation with these people. It's about trying to get the content, because it's just about the business, and their business model is based upon the narrative. So it doesn't matter if the narrative is true or false. With debates like this, you're not trying to convince Charlie Kirk. You're trying to convince Charlie Kirk's audience. When I'm talking directly to a fascist or a Nazi or a MAGA person or even like a liberal that I disagree with about anything, I'm not trying necessarily to change their mind. I'm trying to change the mind of people that are watching or like are listening to the thing, right? And because it's really, especially with someone like Charlie Kirk, that's like if I'm on a platform. If I'm just having like a one-on-one conversation, I'm trying to change a person that I'm just having a one-on-one conversation in mind too. It's harder to do that, by the way. But if you're talking to someone like Charlie Kirk, he has financial incentive not to change his mind. Hunter Avalon could have been a multi-millionaire by now if he never if he wasn't a decent human being that cared about truth and just followed the path he was going down for profit. He could have made a lot of money. So people like Charlie aren't here to actually have a conversation. They're here to push their narrative that they make money off of. That's what I'm trying to get out.
So, thank you. Our fourth question tonight is from Rudy Ellis-Jones from Emmanuel College.
Hello, thank you for coming to today's talk. So my question, as someone studying archaeology and biological anthropology, I've learned that moral codes and social norms have always been fluid, shaped by time, culture, power. So many ancient and recent societies embrace same-sex relationships and even the idea of third genders well before Western conservatism even existed. So when you claim that modern conservative values represent some kind of universal, objective moral truth, like you said on your chair over there, aren't you just defending a selective, historically recent ideology that erases most of human history and targets people who have always been part of it? No.
Based. History is way more nuanced than these Christian conservatives want to believe. Like, gay people have always existed. Trans people have always existed. Bisexuality, really big part of human history. There's even studies to why that might be the biological case, and we can look at other species to other social species to understand why that might be the case, right? So like, this is a thing that's always been around. To have like it's inherently bad position is irrational. There might be outcomes of those things that could be bad, right? So like, you could have an abusive relationship, like an abusive same-sex or same-gender relationship, or you could have like maybe STD, but that's not inherent to the relationship, because you can also get STD from a heterosexual relationship. So when it comes to who you're attracted to, unless it's children, don't fucking diddle kids. I don't know how that's hard. Unless it's children, who you're attracted to isn't inherently harmful, as long as there's consent involved in both parties. You have to look at the nuance of the relationship to understand if it's a toxic relationship or if it's a positive relationship. I'm a trans woman dating a cis woman. This is the most positive relationship I've ever fucking had. She's wonderful. I love her. She's amazing. Love you too. If she came out tomorrow and said, I'm a man, or if a magical, mysteriously thing happened that came around that made her into a man, like a male, that gave her male genitalia or something, I would still love her, because that's how I am attracted towards people. I'm attracted towards who they are as a person, not as what they have between their legs or what they identify as or what they necessarily, like how masculine or feminine someone is. I lean more towards femininity because I'm more comfortable with it, because I have somewhat trauma when it comes to people that present masculine, but that doesn't mean I've never had attraction towards masculine things, right? So like there's a lot of nuance going on. There's a lot of actualization that I've went through to understand like what I like and why I like it, and what is worth liking and what isn't worth liking. Instead of this brain dead shit like, well, God says man, it was Adam and Eve and not Adam and Steve, so obviously I have to be in this kind of relationship because my imaginary friend said it's the only correct and justified and morally righteous thing to do, and obviously inherently that relationship's going to be the most positive one. It's so fucking stupid. Like, it's brain dead. It's just putting the cart before the horse. Because I believe it's the correct thing to do, that means it's the correct thing to do, and I'll look for any way to justify why it's the correct thing to do, right? So all that being said, we've always fucking existed, in the conversation about like these topics are way, way, way more complicated than the right wants you to believe. Because they don't want you to actualize. They want you to be ignorant and in fear and not understand yourself or the world you fucking live in, and live in a fucking fantasy world where everything is spooky and scary, and we have to destroy all the different things that are spooky and scary, because that means you're too focused of destroying the spooky, scary things instead of actually actualizing as a working class individual to make sure that we do policies that make it so everyone's lives are objectively better, because instead of worrying about if you have a fucking house over your head, you're worried about your neighbor kissing a boy or some shit, which is fucking dumb. It's fucking stupid. How is your neighbor not kissing men gonna make your life objectively better? It's fucking stupid. You know, actually, your neighbor kissing a guy already is making life better, because your neighbor is hot and he puts himself together and he is off the market for as competition for other women. So fuck off. How about that?
But can you point to me of a... And maybe you can educate me. Can you point to me a great power that endorsed same-sex marriage? Not cohabitation, but marriage.
Ancient Mesopotamia.
As marriage. As recognized.
As marriage that exists.
Recognized by the state.
100%.
And how did that...
Mesopotamia also was pretty equal when it came to women's rights, too. There was a pretty Chad civilization, pretty base civilization.
Work out for them.
It worked out perfectly fine. It was an accepted norm of society.
Okay, I still think it's wrong.
Okay, swiftly moving on. So you said...
let's have that interaction real quick again without me like going on a tangent. So he goes into spiel about like how LGBTQ people have always existed, but there's Charlie has like this objective, moral, consistent reality truth throughout all of time, right? That's Charlie's position. Let's hear how this plays out again real quick.
Embrace same-sex relationships and even the idea of third genders well before Western conservatism even existed. So when you claim that modern conservative values represent some kind of universal, objective moral truth, like you said on your chair over there, aren't you just defending a selective, historically recent ideology that erases most of human history and targets people who have always been part of it?
No, but can you point to me of a... And maybe you can educate me. Can you point to me a great power that endorsed same-sex marriage? Not cohabitation, but marriage.
Ancient Mesopotamia.
As marriage. As recognized.
As marriage that exists.
Recognized by the state.
100%.
And how did that work out for them?
It worked out perfectly fine. It was an accepted norm of society.
Okay, I still think it's wrong.
And there it is. There's the truth. All right, so let's tear this apart just a little bit, like bit by bit by bit, because there's a lot going on right here that really emphasizes why this guy's a fucking idiot, or I mean was a fucking idiot, and people that think he's intelligent are even more of an idiot. So his first question is a red herring. What great, instead of acknowledging the statement made, Charlie Kirk brings it to what what civilization, not even just civilization, but what great civilization endorsed this, and it was fine. Implying from his position, saying civilization cannot exist with LGBTQ people within it. Implying that if LGBTQ people exist within a civilization, that is the downfall of the civilization. A very stupid fucking claim, because LGBTQ people have existed in all civilizations if they were allowed to be open or not.
Represent some kind of universal, objective moral truth, like you said on your chair over there, aren't you just defending a selective, historically recent ideology that erases most of human history and targets people who have always been part of it?
No, but can you point to me...
He is. He absolutely is.
Of a... And maybe you can educate me. Can you point to me a great power that endorsed same-sex marriage? Not cohabitation, but marriage.
Oh, a great power. Okay. So he asks a question he's this big nuanced conversation we're having here. He boils it down to it only matters if a great power justified it and succeeded. It's not at this point, it's not about if it's morally good. It's not about if there's any harm or positivity from it. It's, is there a great power in existence that allowed this to happen? Because that doesn't mean it's bad. If there was no great power that ever allowed it to exist, that doesn't mean it's a bad or a good thing. That has nothing to do with anything, actually. If slavery never existed ever, that doesn't mean like, oh, slavery is inherently if slavery was in every civilization ever, that does not mean slavery is inherently like a good thing that civilizations need, is what I'm trying to say, right? So it has fuck all to do with the point.
In Mesopotamia.
As marriage. As recognized.
As marriage that exists.
Recognized by the state.
100%.
And how did that work out for them?
Now we're moving the goalpost. We've boiled it down to, civilizations succeeding, I mean, civilizations existing with it being allowed in history, a great power within history, it existing under it or not justifies if it's good or bad. Now we're moving the goalpost. Okay, so it was around then, and they did justify it, and they did allow it under the state, I should say, legally. And now we're moving the goalpost from does it exist to how did that work out for them? Because we're not about to have a decent, logical conversation about the nuances of morality and all that stuff, or like history. We're trying to just find a gotcha to shut this person down because, objectively speaking, having a baby-brained idea of what we're talking about, of this conversation, is not the best thing to do with like anything, actually.
It worked out perfectly fine. It was an accepted norm of society.
Okay, I still think it's wrong.
And now we get to the truth. It's not about it being objectively immoral or harmful or civilizations not being able to exist with it or any of the fucking excuses. It's just the cart before the horse. I think it's wrong, therefore I find reasons to justify why I think it's wrong. It's, I believe, therefore these reasons justify my belief. Instead of coming to a conclusion based upon evidence, you hold a belief, and then you justify it with whatever bullshit you can find. And this is right here where he fucking loses the debate. It, like this right here, should be where, like, ding, 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 KO, you know?
Okay, swiftly moving on. So you said it was based on scripture and you believe that there are moral, objective, universal truths.
Yes, there are.
So
murder is wrong today and murder was wrong 2,000 years ago.
Right, okay, fair.
Murder is wrong today, and murder was wrong 200 years ago. By definition, the word murder implies something that is wrong. If we talk about killing is more morally ambiguous, right? There's more nuance in a death. Killing Hitler, good. Killing a 1-year-old baby, pretty bad. Murder implies a wrong is doing. A wrongdoing has occurred. It was the unlawful killing of another person. That is quite literally the definition of murder. So, he's trying to say, well, obviously, morality has always stayed the same under the Christian faith because morality has always stayed the same under the Christian faith because unlawful murders back in the past are also unlawful today. Even though, like, I would say burning people at the stake would be murdering them, but that was lawfully okay back then. You know? I don't think that's morally right to just, like, claim witch and then being able to burn people. But it was a lawful murder. Even under his own framework, there is nuance to talk about, but they don't want to talk about nuance. They just want to shut your brain down. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep, little right-winger. Go to sleep. No one needs to think about anything deeper.
That's not same-sex, but fair. I see your point.
There are moral truths that are transcendent of time, place, and matter.
Yes, the moral truth that murder is bad because it's an unlawful killing of someone. Yes, that is, yes, it's...
Okay, but so just to clarify, you believe that this is in the Bible. This is laid out in the Bible, that man shall not sleep with man, and so therefore...
Well, it's also repeated throughout the New Testament as well. In the book of Matthew, Jesus reaffirms the biblical standard for marriage.
Okay,
Also, he's kind of whitewashing or just erasing all of Christian history because, especially at the early ages of Christianity, there was a lot of different sects that did not agree. There was some sects of Christianity that saw God as like the devil. They actually, I think it's the Malachites or something. I can't remember their name, but they were Christians, and they subscribed to the Bible, and they believed that God was the fucking devil, and that the earth was the God's like version of hell. And the only way you could escape this is by not worshiping God, understanding that he was evil and actually the devil, and not reproducing, because you wouldn't want to bring someone into this fucking hell world that was actually hell. A part of the real God separated and became the God of the Bible in their own belief. There was multiple different beliefs and moralities and virtues and rituals and all these things, like within just the early days of Christianity, let alone now. Catholics, you got Catholics, Protestants, evangelicals. Like, you have so many different sects. What are they called? The whale people. Yes, the whale Christians. The Christians. Oh my God, it's so late. It's like midnight for me. My brain's turning off. But yeah, even to this day, Christians can't fucking agree on morality. So like this whole thing, like, oh, God gives us morality and we all can agree on morality, and then you sneak in the word murder when it's like unlawful killing of another person, meaning like it's morally wrong. Like if it's found as murder, like obviously, yes, the unlawful killing is like wrong. Like, you see, linguistically, logically, all of this shit starts falling apart. I'm gonna let this guy take over. I need to refresh my brain real quick.
I'm going to make two very, very quick points. So the first, so if we look at the Old Testament in isolation, just to start off with as an example. So let's look at Exodus 35:2, which suggests that if you work on the Sabbath, you should be put to death. If you look at Leviticus 11:7, it suggests that if you have pork, you should be put to death. Let me finish, I'll be done. If you plant two crops side by side, you should be stoned by your entire village. If you wear a suit, which you are wearing now, that contains two different fibers intertwined into the same jacket, you should be burned at the stake by your own mother. Now, following that rationale, in Leviticus 18:22, and it states that man shall not sleep with man, why aren't we burning ourselves at the stake as well? Why aren't we stoning ourselves to death?
Do you care to address my main contention that Christ affirmed biblical marriage in the book of Matthew? And can you tell me the difference between the ceremonial, the moral, and the ritual law? And then finally, also, tell me about Christian.
This is what we call a gish gallop. You overwhelm your opponent with questions and points. And it's because he's on the ropes. He already fell apart when he said... I don't care, I still think it's wrong. And now he has to, like, throw anything at the fucking wall. Throwing shit at the wall, hopefully it'll stick. Please, please stick. Please fucking stick.
Do you care to address my main contention that Christ affirmed biblical marriage in the book of Matthew? And can you tell me the difference?
Did Christ confirm the biblical marriage in the book of Matthew? Let's see that. That's not the right one. Let's look into that. Did Christ confirm the in the book? When asked about the lawfulness of divorce, Jesus referred Genesis 1:2. He states, "Haven't you read that he who made them for the beginning made them male and female, and said, therefore man shall leave his father and his mother and hold fast to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh." Jesus makes it clear that marriage was created by God, not by human development or society, making it a divine institution. What God has joined together. All right. Yep. Cool. Just wanted to see if that was actually a thing, because these fuckers lie so much. I've read the Bible a bajillion times, but I can't remember every fucking passage. And, like, I just read it as a child over and over and over and over again, because I used to be a Christian. I used to believe in this shit. And then the more I thought about it, the less it made sense. You know? And the more I saw, like, the corruption in the church, and, like, how Christians actually don't have the same morality, and how it's not even about morality within the Bible. It's about what God says should or should not be. Morality isn't based upon harm. It's based upon what God says. And I'm not a cuck. I'd rather live free, the one life I know, and possibly, unlikely, but possibly burn for eternity, than never have freedom whatsoever. Because that's your choice at the end of the day. If you're a Christian or religious whatsoever, and you have like a strict moral code from your religion, there might or might not be a negative outcome of you not believing in the religion you believe in, right? But all you know now is that this is the only life you live. So I'd rather live the only life I know I have free than, instead of bending the fucking knee to someone else and never be free, because you have to live under his rules here and you have to live under his rules in paradise. So either have a lifetime of freedom and nothingness, have a lifetime of freedom and torment, have a lifetime of freedom and possibly heaven, even, or shackle yourself to whatever religion you subscribe to and never have freedom, and then have nothingness, possibly have torment, or possibly heaven. This is the only one that I know I have, so I'm going to pick freedom. I ain't going to be a cuck with the only life I know. And whatever the three options after this, I am okay with, because at least I was free this time. Thank you. She gave me juice. I got some juice because I have a dry spot in my throat from talking so much.
The ceremonial, the moral, and the ritual law. And then finally, also, tell me about Christianity. Do you care to address my main contention that Christ affirmed biblical marriage in the book of Matthew? And can you tell me the difference between the ceremonial, the moral, and the ritual law?
There's nowhere in the Bible that talks about which is ceremonial, which is... They don't talk about any of this in the Bible. They don't say, these are ritual, these are moral, these are ceremonial, these are moral, these are ritual. They don't say that in the Bible. This is post hoc justification that's occurred from religious scholars to try to, or I should say religious, like Bible Christian apologetics. Because like nowhere in the Bible says like, oh, you wearing two fabrics, that's okay now, because that wasn't about morality, that was about ritual, or there's nothing of that. So it's from his subjective point of view, like it's him as a subject determining which one is which, cherry picking the Bible. Because he already has an icky feeling about gay people. That one obviously has to be a moral truth from God, right? But the other ones, those don't make as much sense. So, like, we'll just hand wave them away with some, like, mental gymnastics real quick. When it's, nope. In the Bible, it says do not do these things. And then Jesus comes about and says, I am not here to free you from the laws. I'm here to fulfill the laws. Cementing the 10 Commandments and the laws of Judah and like all the morality and ruling of the Jewish people that he was a part of. Like he was Jewish, right?
And then finally, also, tell me about Christianity, the difference between the New and the Old Covenant, or are you just going to cherry pick certain verses of ancient Israel that do not apply to new Christianity?
No, fair. I completely agree. So we'll look at 2 points then. So firstly, if we look at the Old Testament, we can see the kind of inconsistencies there. We've already touched upon that, right? That makes sense. Secondly, you mentioned the point of Jesus and Christ. He never mentioned anything to do with homosexuality at all.
Well, hold on a second. He affirmed biblical marriage as...
An affirmation isn't a affirmation. Affirming something doesn't mean you are saying something else is bad. So I can say, oh, look, that's it. The sky is blue. Someone could say, oh, look, the sky is blue. And I look up and I'm like, yeah, that is blue. I'm affirming their observation that the sky is blue. But that doesn't mean the sky is never red or purple or cloudy or black or any of that. Just because you say that which this would be a ritual, this would be a cultural custom, marriage between a man and a woman given to them down by God. Not really talking about morality right there, are we? Why is that not seen as just like a ritual or custom or whatever shit he was hand-waving the other ones away from to justify himself eating bacon and wearing ungodly clothing and that doesn't fit him correctly, you know? Like, this guy is dressed down and he somehow looks better. He's wearing some sneaks and he's still got that Cambridge swag.
One man and one woman. He said, a man shall leave his
Romans,
father's
right?
In
In the New Testament.
No, in Matthew, that is not correct. I believe
In the New Testament.
In the New Testament. Well, Romans is also in the New Testament. Secondly, in Romans 1, the Apostle Paul talks negatively about homosexuality explicitly. Also, homosexuality is repeated in the book of Titus and in the book of Jude as not being favorable as the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. Not even talking about the Old Testament verses. There are 3 types of...
The destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah wasn't because, like, they wanted to... Christianity is so, like, the modern day Christian right is so funny. They read the story of Sodom and Gomorrah and they're like, obviously the problem here was the homosexuality, completely ignoring the rapist cult, not cult, like the crowd of rapists. Like, they all wanted to rape these angels. It wasn't raping. It wasn't raping people. It wasn't being not neighborly. It wasn't being discriminatory or like hateful towards outsiders. None of that. No. It was specifically the homosexuality of having this mob of people outside wanting to rape a man, that, like, while being men. That was the problem. That's it. That's the thing that we have an issue with this. Obviously, that's the moral bugaboo right here. Hating your neighbor, perfectly fine. Great thing to do. Like, if you actually read the 10 Commandments, or not, yeah, the 10 Commandments given to, if you actually read the 10 Commandments, like, love thy neighbor is one of them. That they broke that. It doesn't say don't fuck your no men on men action, no woman on. Actually condones. It says okay to. What is the verse that says like it specifically only condemns men on man action, but it doesn't condemn lesbians. Or at least, it doesn't directly condemn lesbians. Like it does for men. I don't know. He'll take it. It's just so stupid. The Sodom and Gomorrah breaks my brain every fucking time.
Jude as not being favorable as the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. Not even talking about the Old Testament verses. There are 3 types of the 613 Levitical laws, and you know, of course, in your own way, cherry picked some of them. We do not live under the ceremonial, we do not live under the ritual, but we do live under the moral. There's only.
But he gets to choose which is which because it's not in the Bible. Like these ones are these ones are the moral ones, these ones are the ritual ones, and these are the ceremonial ones. It's not in the Bible anywhere labeling which ones are which. He just chooses for you. He just picks and chooses which ones are which so he can justify like, well, I don't have to do this, but you have to do that.
10 of the moral that we as Christians believe we're bound to. Some believe 9, which of course is the Decalogue. And so none of those that you mentioned we as Christians believe that we live under. However, we do look at what Christ articulated as the biblical standard of marriage. And we can also look to church tradition for this as well. And the church has had a tradition for well over 2,000 years. Even myself as a Protestant acknowledges that tradition is marriage between one man and one woman.
And they use sneaky language like the church, acting like all of Christianity is a monolith, like it's all together. When there's literally been a separation between the Catholics and the what are their names? My brain is starting to turn off. I just wanna chill at this point, but Orthodox, there we go. There was a separation between the Orthodox and the Catholics. The Roman Church fell. Further on, there was a separation between the Catholics and the Protestants. And then further on than that, there's a separation between the Protestants and whatever the fuck America became, because there's like a bajillion different sects that all believe in something else. Like even the Mormons are technically like a branch off from like it's all over the place. Like it's all over the place. Like it's all over. Like no one fucking agrees on everything. But he like uses language to make it seem like it's a monolith, which it's absolutely fucking not. It's just everyone just cherry picking whatever the fuck they want from this incoherent dumb fuck book written by 2,000-year-old men, not even, because most of them subscribe to the King James version, which is the version that literally made it so he could justify divorcing his wife. Yeah, oh my god. Yeah, it's just think for your fucking self. Why do you need an imaginary friend from a book to fucking like tell you what is right and wrong? Think for your fucking self. If you need a book to tell you what's right and wrong, even if like you do land on like what I agree with, there's something fucking wrong with you.
Fair point, but okay, say we put aside the Old Testament for now. We'll put that aside and the inconsistencies there. We'll look purely at the New Testament, following your rationale, okay? Now, when you say that Christ lays specifically, and the New Testament states specifically that man shall not sleep with man, I'd like to point out a linguistic error on that point.
I did not say that. I said the biblical marriage was affirmed, and then Romans 1 did talk negatively about the action of homosexuality.
But ultimately, that affirmation comes from 8 lines in there that suggest that man shall not sleep with man.
Yes, of course, yes. The Old Testament and New Testament harmonize one another, but Christ brought it to a different level, a different covenant, and a different moral teaching. It wasn't just enough to say that you shall, man shall strike eye for eye, that you shall turn the other cheek, that you
And this is where historically Christians fall apart. These were protests. Jesus did not say turn the other cheek because it's like, oh, if you're hit, turn the other cheek. It was a form of protest. If you understood like the culture back then, all of the things Jesus was teaching to protest against the people that were subjugating his people. If a Roman soldier comes over to you and slaps you and turn the other cheek, you're protesting. You're like, it's seen as disrespectful at that point. You can look into it. I'm not like a historian, but I have looked into this shit. And smarter people than me have at least content about this. But like, if historians mostly agree, like, He was a social justice warrior of his time. Like, he was a freaking Middle Eastern Jewish commie social justice warrior for his time. Pretty right wing compared to where I'm at, but compared to where other people were at, not that much. Not that much. You know. Okay.
Shall love your enemy. Christ's moral standard was much more even elevated than that of the Israelites and the Hebrews.
I'm going to ask you whose Bible, okay? Now, your Bible that you use currently is written in the English language, right? Correct?
Yeah.
Wait, did he just say, like... Did he just... What? This is a morality that goes even further beyond Jesus Christ on the cross. Whoa! Like, what is this? What the fuck? Did my brain just turn off? There's like a layer of like moral hierarchy that we're talking. What's going on?
The action of homosexuality. It's a fact.
That affirmation comes from 8 lines in there that suggest that man shall not sleep with man.
Yes, of course. Yes, because the Old Testament and New Testament harmonize one another, but Christ brought it to a different level, a different.
The Old and the New Testament harmonizing. They're the backup singers harmonizing all this moral truth, right? And then Jesus Christ is the lead singer. He's up in the front of the stage, spitting facts and truth and morality that you just can't comprehend because you hate God. That's what I'm hearing, right? Atheists like me make the joke of like, oh, God sacrificed himself God sacrificed himself as his child in a ritual to forgive the evil doings of his creation. You know, like, I don't, like, he knew was going to come about because, you know, it's God, right? He knows everything. Like, he made the world the way it is, right? Like, what the fuck are we even on about? This is just too silly. I just fucking, there's real issues right now.
Covenant and a different moral teaching. It wasn't just enough to say that you shall, you know, man shall strike eye for eye, so that you shall turn the other cheek, that you shall love your enemy. Christ's moral standard was much more even elevated than that of the.
Yeah, he's the. So when Christ says, give to Caesar what is Caesar's, are you going to pay your taxes? Are you going to pay more taxes? When Christ says, feed the hungry and the poor and the needy, are you going to do that? Are we going to do socialism? I don't think so. I think we're cherry picking here a little bit. And your fantasy of this character from your favorite fanfic is the justification of your lunacy and your derangement. Wonderful. All right, let's finish this. I'm done. This guy can obliterate him.
The Israelites and the Hebrews.
I'm going to ask you whose Bible, okay? Now, your Bible that you use currently is written in the English language, right? Correct?
Yeah, the King James Version. Yes.
You'll never guess what Charlie Kirk's position on no-fault divorce marriage is, and you'll never guess why the King James Version of the Bible exists. You might want to look into that one and realize how fucking hilarious if you don't already know. You want to... No. Women shouldn't be able to divorce their husbands. That's morally bad. It says in the Bible. King James over here, like, we gotta make our own version so I can marry my side chick and then kill her because she only gave me daughters. Yeah. Woo.
To Tyndale.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's written in the English language, which in itself is only, say, 500 years old. Now, but the Christianity in itself, say, is 2,000 years old or even older. Yeah, correct? Now, which means that the Bible was originally written not in English, but in ancient
Koine Greek.
Huh?
In Koine Greek.
Yeah, correct. Now, if we look at the Greek terminology of man.
Yes, and Jesus spoke Aramaic. You could translate things. You acknowledge that.
Well, we translate things, but translations are linguistically ambiguous. as a former classicist, I know that language can't be translated directly. So, for example, if you look at the translation of certain words into man, so I've got two words here. So I've got malakoi, which means essentially soft, which isn't necessarily directly saying a gay man. And then we've got, oh God, how do I say that? Arsena koitai, which essentially means prostitutes. Now, if we look at things linguistically, we can pick apart the Bible and say that actually, it wasn't saying man shall not sleep with man, it's saying man shall not sleep with prostitutes, which is an entirely different linguistic thing.
I'm not even getting into Leviticus, though.
But no,
my contention is completely New Testament focused. So,
this isn't Leviticus.
Well, but you said man shall not speak.
He doesn't even know his own Bible. Oh no, it is in Leviticus. I have to hear them fucking bring up this to me all the time, even though I've never slept with a man. Because you know, conservatives say like, "Oh, you're a man. You just want to trick men to sleep with you." I'm like, men are stinky and gross, and I like my girlfriend. Thank you. So like. I have to hear them always bring up Leviticus. So man, I shall sleep with man as they sleep with woman. Oh, I have to hear that all the fucking time, and I know that one. Like, and he should know this talking point. It is Leviticus. So yeah, no. To me, it would make a lot more sense that he would be talking about prostitutes because he hung around prostitutes and he helped them out, and he probably saw the harm in that community. And how, like, there's bad outcomes. To just sleep with them would also make sense to be, like, bad because promiscuity was not necessarily a good thing. But as long as you were allowed to sexually assault a woman, and as long as you gave them the father, the wife price of that community, you were able to marry them. So that's nice for men, I guess. We're talking about morality, right? I don't think that one's pretty moral. I'm going on I'm going on a tangent. See, like, listening to these people for too long melts my fucking mind, and I just, like, it becomes silly because, like, how am I supposed to, as like a human, as like another human being sharing the rock, how am I supposed to like take people like this seriously, you know? And this is not based upon who he is as a person, but based upon what his beliefs are and what he is saying, right? His argumentation. I get criticized for who I am and my understanding of nuanced from baby-brained idiots, while this guy is seen as like an intellectual hive mind for having a fucking baby brain when it comes to like very nuanced topics. Like history, holy shit. There's so many different aspects that you can go into when it comes to history. And he just wants to be like, oh yeah, Christianity is the best, and it like my God is the best God, and my God is the one who gave all of us like morality within our heart. And like you're only a moral person if you have a connection with that God, or you're only a moral person because of that God. Like complete, like, does that mean like people aren't moral because of the God? No. It's only the good stuff is applied to God, and anything that God or they either say like only the good stuff is applied to my God because my God is a good God. All the other stuff, don't think about it. Don't think about it. Or they're like, and I've met a lot of people like this online. Or they're like, the thing that you're arguing that is actually a really bad thing is objectively a good thing because my God condones it, which is even more like, oh, what the fuck is going on? So I don't know. I can't. To take it away.
The next, you're talking about Romans.
Well, okay, these words are used throughout the.
Right, well, actually, in Romans 1, it was actually women sleeping with women. So you got your verses wrong. In Romans 1, Paul is prophesying about the end of the world, and he's saying that in the end times, woman will like with woman like, and man will. I think it might say man will like men like. You have to get the verses specifically, but it is agreed upon.
Yeah, but what does that fucking mean? Women will like what women like, and men will like what men will like. What do women like? What is men like? How is it a bad thing that women like a woman, what women like? Like, what does that even fucking mean? What does that even mean?
And you can agree, this is why tradition is important, and I even say this as a Protestant, is that we believe that Scripture is very important, but also look to tradition. Church tradition has had an unbroken chain affirming matrimony, holy matrimony being one man, one woman. One, even as a non-Catholic, I'm glad that Pope Leo has reaffirmed in the last couple of days. And so I'm not even sure your contention, your point. Are you saying that the Bible doesn't affirm marriage as one man, one woman, or are you saying church tradition doesn't affirm marriage one man, one woman?
The Bible doesn't affirm.
Yeah,
Well, clearly doesn't affirm.
That is complete nonsense.
It's a linguistic error, and it's debated.
But Christ our Lord, which is the standard, he affirms this idea that you will leave your father's home. Going back to Genesis 12 and this idea of Abraham leaving his father's home, and you will cleave to your wife. That it'll be called one. In fact, this idea of a new creation, which is something that is then used by the Apostle Paul to describe the church of Christ and the bride of the church, and the church being the bride of Christ with Jesus. So I'm not even sure your contention. It is.
Yeah, but you're just avoiding my point. I'm saying the Bible that we have today is 100% a translation, and a translation
I acknowledge that.
Ambiguous.
Well, hold on. But what about specifically in Matthew or in the book of Romans? And but in order for you to be correct, you mean the church fathers translated it wrong when they were within like 50 years of this?
The church fathers were more like 75 to 90 years away from this, and we don't, and that's not the writings we have. Wait, are you saying like this group of guys that got together that said this was the Bible, like post talk? Because that would mean they are the word of God. Because they got to decide what goes in the Bible. And then, like, further on, there was the whole debate of, like, what should be in the Bible, what shouldn't be in the Bible. They got rid of books, like the Black Sea Scrolls. They got rid of, there's this really metal biblical book about, like, the flood and how one of Moses' daughters was someone, not maybe not it was Moses' daughter, it was someone else, and like God, it comes down and is like this evil, dark, wicked thing, like very angry that she wasn't submitting to him, and fuck, what is that? It's literally from the Christian faction that I was talking about that believed God was like the devil of the story. And Jesus was like the light that the devil separated from, you know, like a part of God became jealous and hateful, and it separated and made its own little reality, and we're in its own little reality. And as long as you don't submit to God of the Bible, you'll go back to the original God, and it's some crazy shit. Like all of this shit is crazy. No matter what you're talking about, when it comes, like my belief, I think it's all fucking crazy. But in those writings, like God comes down, you know, like the evil, wicked God that they believed he was. They come down, and he's surrounded by like evil spirit things, and they're about to like take him away, like like assault this woman that doesn't submit. And I can't remember, I think it might have been Lilith or something. Like, it's been so long since I read this shit. It was like in middle school, but it was like actual texts found that talks about biblical stories that are not in the Bible, right? So his point, getting back to the video, his point is that it's a translation of a translation of a translation, and it's ambiguous. Like, there's wiggle room that you can make when it comes to translations, because no language can like one-to-one translate to each other. And he's like, well, my English version is the objectively correct version, completely ignoring the nuance of like linguistically, not every language is like the English language. Therefore, there are dual meanings to some words. There are cultural references. You know, like the word meme didn't exist up until recently. And meme can mean a lot of things to people. Radical has a whole new meaning. If you see like a skater, bro, and they do a fucking kickflip and they land perfectly, and it's like a trick that they've been trying to do for a while, they might be like, dude, that was so radical, I fucking did it, yeah. Or you could talk about radical as in like radical beliefs. Or a negative thing, right? Or cool. What the fuck is cool? We all have a cultural understanding of what cool is, but in the 90s, that was different. Each generation is different. What the kids nowadays think is cool, I don't understand necessarily, and I'm not really informed on. What the kids in my generation thought was cool is seen as not cool by the generation now from some people. Or what I thought is cool was a kid is seen cool now because I liked anime. I liked alternative outfits. I was very wearing black and stuff, and I thought it made me feel cool. I liked it. I liked the style. I had like it was really cool stuff, right? Like anime is really cool. I like it. Up until the newer generations, now it's more normalized and it's more commonly seen as cool. But what is cool to one person is cool to a different. So like linguistically, there's a lot of nuance to understand. It's descriptive. It's not prescriptive, right? Linguistically is a describer of things. It doesn't make the thing the thing. With the whole what is a woman thing, it's a descriptor, not a prescription. So if you look at someone walking around, they might have long hair, they might have nails, their nails might be painted, they might be wearing tight pants, they might be wearing a necklace, wristbands, they might have eyeliner, but it's clearly someone that's masculine because they have facial hair and they don't have a chest, and it's just a goth guy. See, up until this point, I was describing something that could have possibly been what would be seen as a woman, but then the more things you add on, then your idea of that it might be a woman crumbled because we have these cultural understandings of things. Cis women can also have facial hair. Cis women can also lack a chest. Those description and what you see, what you observe, doesn't necessarily make the thing. But it gives you context clues of what it might be because of our cultural understanding of that thing, right? So, once again, baby brain. My God said it's bad, so it's bad. Wah. Okay.
In order for your contention to be correct, you have to say that the early church fathers that wrote the early letters to the church, they were translating it wrong, and the tradition they established was wrong. So by then we can lean on tradition and scripture. So when you get tradition plus scripture, you get something that is authentic, that is real, and that is verifiable.
I've already highlighted that tradition does not align with scripture. We've gone back thousands of years to ancient Mesopotamia.
But understand, they all spoke Greek, they wrote Greek, and they spoke Aramaic. So for example, when they were writing the early gospels, the synoptic gospels of Matthew, Mark, and Luke, they were obviously writing in Greek. They knew that language. So in
Modern day Greek doesn't sound anything like their version of Greek. Modern day English doesn't sound anything like 1800 English. Baby brain.
Matthew, when they were writing Greek, and then the early church fathers knew Greek and adopted that as church tradition, we have a 2,000 unbroken chain, I think you would irrefutably say that it was the teachings of Christ for one man and one woman. Because the church tradition has been unbroken for 2,000 years, and they derived it from scripture of that original language.
You can't argue that. That makes sense. I mean, if we agree to disagree, then why don't we look at biology?
So you know better than the church fathers?
No, I don't. I'm not saying I know better than the church fathers. What?
That's a appeal to authority. That was an appeal to authority right there. You know better than the fathers? No. But that doesn't mean that they knew what the fuck they were talking about. Oh.
I'm saying is linguistically there is undeniably an error, regardless of what you say. That is
Our lens maybe, but not from the people when they were making these
I
traditions.
agree, they may have got that right, but that may not have been their original meaning. What we're saying is the meaning has been warped over time because societal and cultural context, such as the British Empire.
Can we start bringing this question to a close, please?
It can be, but that is why tradition matters, because the tradition, they understood the context.
Tradition is context dependent.
Well, yes and no, because of course tradition is, but if the tradition lasts for 2,000 years, then we look back as to how did they get to that conclusion, how did they reach that verdict, and if that verdict is in alignment with what we see in Scripture, it means that their verdict was correct in Scripture.
They never reached that verdict, as I have...
Yeah. The telephone game is a real thing. And what we're dealing with is the telephone game right here. It's a translation of a translation of a translation. My goodness. And it's written by people that weren't even there. That lived possibly even 100 years after the death of Christ. So you could rewind and see what I said, but you probably couldn't word for word repeat back to me the tangent that I went on about linguistics and the nuances of it and how there's like cultural changes within language, even within the same language, or like context clues that make you think of a certain, you know. You can't repeat that word for word, so how are people that weren't even fucking there writing the legitimate words Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, fucking said, you know? And you just heard it. You just heard me say it. Can you just repeat to me exactly what I said in the last minute after I paused this? Probably not. Probably not.
Historically pointed out.
In all of the major church councils, it was very...
modern day.
Well, no, I'm talking about in like 300 and 400 and 500. The original
Which in the scale of 2,000 years is nothing.
No, but they set this unbroken chain. We've had an unbroken chain in a course that says that marriage is one man and one woman. The church has...
It's not a unbroken chain. You're a Protestant. You're evidence that it is a broken chain. You are a Protestant. You don't agree with the Catholics, and the Catholics don't agree with you. And the Orthodox don't agree, and they all there's so many different sects. And if I go to 10 different churches in a community, there'll be a lot of overlap probably, but there'll be severe differences within those communities. Some might be LGBTQ positive, some might not be, some might be crazy far right, like white supremacist freakazoids, like some of them might be super giga commie leftists. Who fucking knows? Like, there's like nuance. There's so many different factors within like these churches that make it so like, no, the morality does not. The fact that they are having this conversation alone is proof in itself that there's not an objective moral truth given to us by God. This conversation alone is evidence of that, because they are disagreeing on morality. It's just that this person is intelligent enough to understand that there is nuance and there are certain factors that you might want to look at, like certain different situations or actions or beliefs or yada yada yada, that like determine if it's good or bad. And this guy just wants his imaginary friend to justify like why he's right. My God said I'm right, so that makes me right. And my God says the things that I think are bad, and the things that I think are good. And therefore you can't argue with me, or you're arguing against the creator of the universe, and that's not okay, because that means you're going to burn for eternity, and if you don't think like me, then you're a bad person. And yeah. That's where we're at.
Never wavered on this.
Noted by the British Empire under British form of Christianity.
I'm talking all the way back to like 200 or 300. The idea of biblical Christianity goes back to the early times of the church, when it was a scattered, persecuted church, well before King.
Is it an unbroken chain, or were they scattered and persecuted? Because that scattered and persecuted group that you're talking about, not even a group, sects of groups, there was so many different disagreements. Here, let me see if I can find all the Let's see how many there are. Oh God, there are over. That is insane. Okay. I didn't realize it was this many. Holy shit. Okay. So there are over 45,000 denominations worldwide, including Baptists, Methodists. I'm not even gonna try to read those words. Oh my, like, and this is just the AI overview. Let's click on the thing. Early Christian Church, Roman Catholic Church. This is kind of blurry. I can't read that. It's blurry to me. Oriental Orthodoxy, Eastern Orthodoxy, Lutheran, Anglican, Reform, Church of Scotland. Yeah, there's the point. I think you get I think you get the point. Just this alone kind of proves the point. It's an unbroken chain. I don't know, this looks more like a fucking spider web of disagreement than an unbroken train of morality and truth.
Justinian, and well before the Eastern Roman Empire, well before mass conversions, when it was a persecuted church, the church believed in one man, one woman, because they got it from the scripture itself. We want to keep going, or
Can we move on to the next question?
And I love how he ends on like, oh, the persecution. Let's not look at all of Christianity's history once it became the Roman Catholic Church. The people that persecuted them adopted their beliefs and then persecuted everyone else. And the spin-offs of that group all persecuted and genocided and colonized and imperialized and stole resource from all other groups of people. Yeah, okay. Oh my goodness. This is wild. What a wild ride. And remember, how are you holding up?
3.5 days. I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks. They've just started construction of the new ballroom.
My condolences for the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. How are you holding up? I think very good. Also, look, they're starting the construction of my ballroom. Oh, man. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Cuck. What a cuck. Oh, man. I can't imagine, like, cucking myself out that hard for this pedophilic rapist. Piece of shit, golden spoon. Born with a golden spoon up his ass. Dumb fuck. Troglodyte. And then this motherfucker. So narcissistic. So sociopathic. Can't even pretend to fucking care. So, like, mentally detached in his, like, old age. Like, pissing in a bag attached to his leg. Living off of whatever shit they're pumping in his body. I think I'm doing pretty good. Also, look at over there. The construction's starting on my beautiful ballroom. They've been trying to make a ballroom for hundreds of years. They couldn't do it. Oh, man. Billions of dollars into this ballroom of our tax dollars. I did not mean to show that. It was just my channel. Yeah. Wowzers. I don't even... As a clown once said, you get what you fucking deserve, I guess. You get what you fucking deserve. Because this was all about gun violence and like there was a school shooting on the same day. I think I want to
This year?
show this, and this will be
That might have been the worst.
Shh, silence. How dare you? Evil.
This year, my mom got me the perfect bag.
Dude, YouTube is evil sometimes. Okay. Thoughts and prayers to Charlie Kirk. He was a decent person. If you are a piece of shit. But yeah, there was a shooting at an elementary school the same day. The most likely, the highest cause of death for children is gun violence in this country, and it is a very serious situation that we can have solutions for. But due to lobbying, I don't like it. Due to lobbying, our politicians, especially the ones on the right, refuse to actually do some sensible gun reform. We all understand. We all understand that for a motor vehicle, it is dangerous, and you need to prove to the state that you have the capability, maturity, and understanding of how to operate a motor vehicle to save lives. Now, could we save more lives by making it obsolete to have a motor vehicle and having like better infrastructure and public transportation? Abso-fucking-totally, which is something I advocate for. You can absolutely buy a car and still own a car, but I want to make it so you don't have to. If you don't want a car and you don't want to have to learn how to drive and all that stuff and pay for the maintenance of a vehicle and like chill out for motor industries, you shouldn't have to. I don't think you should have to do that. I think you should have the choice of, oh, do I want to take public transportation or do I want to drive still, right? So even with that, we have other solutions to make it even better. Like less death, because a lot of people do die from car accidents. That being said, guns should be seen the same way. I think owning a gun should be a privilege, not a right. And we already agree with that when it comes to felons. We take their gun rights away. Let's just be a little bit more sensible and understand that red flag laws and maybe having a course that allows you, like a gun safety course that puts people through the understanding of it is a weapon, it is not a toy, it is not something to have light of, it is not something to flaunt and show off because you're such a fucking patriot that you take your Christmas photos with it. It is something serious. That is a privilege, right? I think those two things alone would drastically decrease gun violence. Red flag laws, if you're posting online about how you're going to do some violence and the FBI or the local police get wind of it, they can come to your house. Hold your weapons away. I think that's a pretty like don't act like don't cry about like don't be crying because you chose to say, hey, I'm gonna do a violent act at a place full of people and try to hurt those people by doing this violent act with my gun. Right? Don't cry whenever the cops come and you have to face the consequences of your fucking actions. And if you're a law-abiding citizen, you can still have guns. You can have guns. It's crazy. If you're not a law-abiding citizen, and you can get your license suspended, right? So, if you really care about guns, you can go get your guns. No fucking person with their household gun is going to defend themselves from a tyrannical government. That's not a fucking thing. Like that's. Especially with the weaponry we have now. Holy fuck, no. You think you're going to be able to fight a bunch of, like, ICE officers in their tank vehicles with your goddamn pea shooter in comparison? No. No. That's not how things work. So, that all being said, here's a beautiful ad. It's time to go back to school. Well, it's been back to school time for a minute, but...
This year, my mom got me the perfect bag for back to school.
These colorful binders help me stay organized.
These headphones are just what I need for studying.
These new sneakers are just what I need for the new year.
This jacket is a real must-have.
My parents got me the skateboard I wanted. It's pretty cool.
These scissors really come in handy in art class.
These colored pencils, too.
These new socks, they can be a real lifesaver.
I finally got my own phone to stay in touch with my mom.
People like Charlie Kirk said those situations were a necessary evil. Republicans, all they have, not for the last shooting that happened because they're too busy weaponizing Charlie Kirk's death right now, but all they have is thoughts and prayers. They don't care about solving this. They don't care about kids' lives. It's the #1 cause of children death in America. The gun lobby is a thing, and you can see who takes their money, and you can also see how they vote. We live under an oligarchy. Our country is to the highest bidder at this point. They don't represent the people. They don't represent our needs. They don't represent our success. They represent the highest donor. That is, at the core of everything, the problem. Not LGBTQ people, not people that have a different skin pigment, not people that have a different religious belief, not people that dress differently than you, not people that don't subscribe to what label they were given at birth and they identify as something else. None of that. Not people coming to America to look for a better opportunity and work. Those are not the people to blame. Those are not the people causing your problems. Those people have very little power. And if the people that I listed are to blame, It's because of the capital that they own and the lobbying that they do, not because of their immutable characteristics or whatever label that makes them different than you. What the fuck is the point if we're not trying to make the world a better place? I get it. It's a pretty bleak fucking thing. The world we live in right now, it's really hard to see things getting better. But you have to first come to the conclusion that it's possible before you can come up with a solution to make it better. And it's really easy to say my life sucks because these people are taking my jobs. My life sucks because these people are not like me and they're flooding the dating pool or whatever. My life sucks because my neighbor. It's really easy to blame them. You don't have to go against power. You actually are siding with power at that point. You have the state backing you at that point. Only in your belief, not in your outcome. But call me a utopist, call me delusional, but I think things can get better. And I think the more people wake up and actually gain some class consciousness and stop with the tribalization bullshit and stop with the my problems are because of the minorities, and they actually sit down and try to see what solutions could be made for these not only individualistic but systemic problems, we can actually start having a conversation then. But right now, we have half the country gritting their teeth, hoping for civil war. The other half not really giving a fuck about like why their party is not even that. We have one half of the country that wants to eliminate the out group, and we have the other half of the country angry because they're not represented by their politicians, and their politicians are siding with wealth and power. So there's only so much until this thing breaks, and I think the more people wake up and the more people like have some the less people have to lose, the worse it's going to be for the people on top. Because if you have nothing to lose, you have nothing to lose, right? You can only be subjugated and lack opportunity for so long until you say, well, fuck it. And that's the reason we're seeing the increase of violence. That's the reason we're seeing the increase of civil unrest. That's the reason we're seeing property damage and protests all around the world, mind you. It's not the Jews. It's not the trans cabal. It's not the Muslims. It's not necessarily even the white man. It's those who hold capital. It is past midnight for me. I'm pretty tired at this point. So I love you. I appreciate your view. And I hope you have a super special, awesome rest of your weekend. I might see you tomorrow. Maybe not. Depends. Bye.